Squeaky chair, squeaky chair. Squeaky, squeak, squeak, squeak. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Thoughts on this new official artwork from Square Enix? Kind of cursed. Why does Chrono Trigger get a medallion instead of a character, but the rest of them have characters from the media? The Sans is cooler. Monokuma isn't cooler. Congratulations, a 40-year-old goaltender won a World Cup yesterday for a country, population of 5 monktons, who's never been in a tournament before. 40-year-olds are cool now. I'm having an amazing hair day, so I also feel like 40-year-olds are cool. Congrats to Aerolins for this shit. Yay. What? What are we doing? Older men. How young does someone have to be that I'm an older man? Because if I'm talking to someone who's 40, then we're the same age, so I'm not an older man. But obviously, like, 1 day older is technically, you know, older man, but like, no, not really. Aren't you older anyone even 1 year less? 1 second less even, but you know, like what's the cutoff? "14 years apparently, according to the last greatest attorney stream." Yeah, it's brutal, man. It's brutal. It's fucking brutal. As a 43-year-old, dating someone in their early 30s seems ugh. Really? I would say once you're 30, you are like for sure done, right? Like after that, does it matter anymore? As for 30, I'm not sure. No, I mean, you're done, like, being, like, you're definitely, I don't know exactly when it happens, but at some point in your 20s, you become, like, a fully functional, like, you're done adult. Obviously, you're still learning and all that shit. You learn forever. But, like, you're done. Like, you can do whatever you want, right? Like, surely once you're 30, there's going to be exceptions, but surely once you're 30, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, date however old you want. How can we make this as bad as possible? Okay, if a 50-year-old was dating a 20-year-old, I think we would all be like, whoa. But if a 30-year-old is dating a 60-year-old, that's still a 30-year gap. But who the fuck are you to tell the 30-year-old, hey, you can't do that? Like, they're allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. Like, they're 30. They're they're so established in life. It's still a bit weird. Weird in terms of unusual, sure, but I don't think there's anything wrong there. Whereas 50 to 20, I feel like, yeah, I feel like, not necessarily, but I feel like that 20-year-old is probably being taken advantage of, or that poor 50-year-old is being taken advantage of. So, something's going wrong. Will someone please think about the 50-year-old? Telling the 50-year-old it's weird to be dating the 80-year-old. Exactly. Like how could you possibly tell the 50-year-old, no, you're not allowed to have that amount of agency? It is strange, though, I do agree. Like, that the 30 years is a long-ass time. You're 80% of the way there to 50. Yeah, 50 doesn't scare me as much as 40. 60 is the next big one that I'm dreading. 60 is like, oh god, I'm like really old at this point. 60, goddamn. Like 60 is like, I'm getting to the age that if I died, people would be like, you know, he probably should have lived a bit longer, but bum 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 bum. That's the white hair age. I want to go gray. I stopped going gray. I was going really gray, and now I'm getting fewer gray hairs. I think I haven't found a single gray hair in on top of my head in so long, and I was finding gray hairs in my beard for a while, and I think I've only found like maybe 1 or 2 the past year. Gee, I wonder why I stopped going gray. I'm 40, and I'm half gray. Are you really? Do you want to go bald? I do not want to go bald. No, I really don't want to go bald. Why are we talking about age differences? I don't know. I think chat brought it up. Oh, hey, how's it going, Mouse? Because chat brought it up, I think, because of the witch character in this game that I found out was 24, and I just went, oh god, no, 26. I was like, oh god, that's why. That'd be Gluten Joe or Bald Joe. I'd rather be Bald Joe than on gluten. I know you mentioned this before. I recently had a run-in with the wonderful Subnautica community. The amount of dogpiling that the sentence Subnautica 1 is not a 10 out of 10 cause should be studied. Somehow the most outlandish thing I said was Subnautica is a buggy game. Subnautica fans are possibly the worst fan group that I've ever interacted with in my entire existence on this planet. It's either that or FromSoft fans. It's, the top 3 tier for me are FromSoft fans, Subnautica fans, and Nintendo fans. And for whatever reason, Subnautica fans, my pet theory that I haven't done any studying whatsoever is that the early access stage of Subnautica fans of Subnautica was so good and well done. It was really well done. It's really well documented. There's a whole GDC talk on Subnautica's early access. It was a really cool way that they did it. That was so good and involved in the community that I think a lot of people think that they co-developed it. It's on their resume. So like so when you criticize Subnautica, they're like, so it's I think they take it way too personally, because like the amount of shit I got for that video, man, like bro played it on a fucking Xbox fucking 360 and he's complaining about the pop-in. It's like it was a state-of-the-art computer. Probably was, I think it had the best GPU that money could buy at the time, unless except for one of those founder cards, like, and it still had stuttered more than my 4-year-old son, and had more pop-up than his favorite books. You know, it's just insane. Is it fixed? I haven't played Subnautica in ages. Subnautica's a great game. It's a great game, but it's like a 9 out of 10. It's not a 10 out of 10. There's like some huge mistakes in that game. Did your thoughts change on Path of 2 over the weekend? Yeah, I like it even less now. It can go fuck itself. The pop-ups are in Subnautica 1. Are they really? Wow. I was told that it was just my machine and it works fine now. How's it sound, by the way? Is it too loud, too quiet? How are we doing? A little quiet. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry, we're early. I just got set down. I have a bunch of DMs I haven't answered either. Sorry. I think Ariel is still waiting to hear back from me for some emotes that were made for this month, and month is running out. It's one of my kids' birthday today. It's Kate's birthday. She turned 7 today. So I got up like super early, went over for birthday, then hung out with them all morning, went out and got them lunch, had lunch with them, came back, and I sat down. I have to end early today because I have to make sure I go back over there to have cake and everything. I'm probably gonna try to go to the store and buy her some flowers. I think she's old enough now that she'd really appreciate getting flowers for her birthday. So I'm gonna go see if I can get her some flowers, and then have that, and then I'm gonna come back and then go to sleep and start the next day. Yeah. What is this? Did you watch the Doom Dark Ages trailer DLC trailer? I watched one of them. Yeah, it looks really good. Looks interesting. Sorry we're early. Sorry my speak is too juicy. Well, some people, like, they try to watch right when they finish work at the regular time, right? But I started a little early so we can do some yapping. All right. I have a bone to pick with a Naja commenter again. I have a bone to pick. All right, here we go. Okay, so this is the last Pathologic 2 stream, okay? All right, and we're scrolling down, and some people are responding to my comments on the ending, all right? So here's what I don't get. This drives me crazy, okay? All right, Maria Luke 2116, okay? Here we go. From what I'm picking up, Joe gave himself an expectation based on a pacing question mark pattern from an unrelated work instead of from the mindset of someone expecting to play an evolved version of Path 01 only to be dumped near the end of some failed attempt at saving the town. Basically, a bad ending path we, the players, were clotheslined into experiencing as an introduction to the consequences before properly starting on day one. Okay, I do not need to read the rest of this, I guess, but here we go. Here's all I want to address. Okay, so when I compared what happened in Pathologic 2 to Fight Club, that was not me saying that when I played Pathologic 2, I was like, getting some big Fight Club vibes from this story. That was not it at all. It was just that Fight Club was an example of an opening that is in medias res that starts at the very end of the story, like 5 minutes before the story is done, and then we flip back to the beginning. It was not that Fight Club gave me a fucking expectation of fucking pacing from, and I was thinking, it's gonna be just like my favorite movie, Fight Club. Like, no, it was just an example of what happened. Oh my fucking god, man. I just drives me fucking crazy. I remember when Joe said the comment, this is just like Fight Club. I know, right? I know. Can we watch underrated cards as far as it? Yeah, sure, why not? I get that it didn't meet his expectations, but there's more to use than the start and the end pacing trope, and they use it to play in the game's own themes and setting, and play about crisis while simultaneously in the play's world pretty damn well. An actor dragged in the third act, hating the whole spin being done on stage and wanting to do it over the top. That is simultaneously high respects from the play, realizing got dragged in the regular and demanding a proper track. Okay, that's all well and good. Fine, fair enough, okay? But we don't have to say, oh, he thought it was going to be Fight Club. What was the other one? There was another funny one down here. It was what What was it about the? I don't understand what he means that the combat's broken. Okay, here we go. I don't understand what he means when he emphasizes the combat is broken. In what sense? As someone who finishes this game 7 times, it feels pretty predictable and reliable to me. I don't think I've ever died to any kind of combat bug. And there's all this talking about all the bugs that I ran in, and then there's someone at the bottom that is just like, he just didn't like it. That's all. Anyway, that's it. Sorry. This is cathartic for me, being like, come on. It wasn't meant to be like I thought it was going to be like Fight Club, literally. It's crazy how many bugs you get through. You got though. I have like 300 hours in Path 2 and I never got any of this shit. I am a bug magnet. I don't know why. Do I just play in an unusual way or something? I don't get it. Like, why do I get so many bugs? It happens almost in every game. We got a bug so hard in Path 2 that we got both endings at the same time. I haven't got through the last Path 2 VOD. Did you hate it? No, I really, really liked it. Overall, I would probably give it a 9 out of 10, and that's with all the gameplay problems, because it's such a unique experience, okay? I'm still going to probably give it a 9 out of 10. However, 9 feels way too high, but 8 feels way too low. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, if only there were numbers between those numbers. But, like, the ending was really disappointing. The ending really let me down. And the reason why the ending let me down is because the ending of Fight Club is such a banger. Like oh my god, the end when like the shot, the resolution, the Pixies start playing. Pathologic 2 didn't have the Pixies playing at the end. At the end credits, I wasn't hearing "Where Is My Mind." So therefore, I just feel like Pathologic 2 has to go back to the drawing board and they have to really think about how they can be more like Fight Club. You know, I had expectations based off prior media, air quotes, Fight Club, that I was going to be hearing the Pixies while seeing the credits of the people who made the movie, and also there'd be a flash of someone's dick that was going to be there for 5 frames as a callback to a joke that I had earlier in the run, and that didn't happen. I didn't see any cock, I didn't hear the Pixies, I didn't get to jam around with Where's My Mind. Edward Norton wasn't in it, although Edward Norton would make a great horror specs, or maybe Brad Pitt would, I'm not sure. So like, yeah, I don't know, like it's just, it wasn't enough like Fight Club. Pathologic 3 fixes it. Does it really? They got the Pixies? Zendaya is Changeling? Zendaya is Michi? 7.8 too little cock. 7.8 is too small for you, chatter? Holy shit. Size King in the chat. Do you see the chatter send a message meant for a thing and you read it during an argument and you felt pretty bad? Did I? Sorry, that happens sometimes, my bad. Like that sometimes chatter catches a stray. Famously straight, not by streamer Joey Anderson, disappointed there was no cock at the ending of Pathologic 2. Curious. Yeah, because in Fight Club, there's a very famous scene where Tyler Durden is working as a projectionist in, is it projectionist? Is that the right word? In a movie theater, and what he does is that he splices like one frame of a shot of a cock into children's films. So as you're watching the movie, just suddenly just one frame, you see a dick, and he's like, you know, you didn't notice it, but your brain did. You know, like you really did see it. And at the very end of the movie, as the credits are about to go, the cock that was shown earlier in the movie shows up on the screen as like a joke. This is what like Tyler Durden is the projectionist in the movie theater that you're seeing. And because that is about like the making of movies and it's a meta experience that breaks the fourth wall in the same way that Pathologic 2 is about a theater putting on a play within a play within a play within a game. They're both meta experiences, and you go backstage, you talk to them. I was expecting it to be exactly like Fight Club, and they would show a cock on stage at some point, or you know, in a frame, and they didn't. So I don't know, really disappointed. Would you see the other ending, Nocturnal Ending it's called? We'll probably, I don't know, if when we do Marble Nest, we'll probably jump in and see if we can reload for that. I haven't uninstalled it. Marble Nest. Are you Bachelor for Marble Nest? Is it set before, after, or concurrently? It's probably in its own realm, I guess. Spoiler. It's spoilers? Wow, okay. Are you meant to play it before or after? Did you see the trailer for Shrek 5 came out? I didn't. Should we watch it together and be disappointed? They made 4 Shreks. They did, but after 2, you don't want to watch them anymore. 3 is a fucking travesty. Shrek 3 is such a bad movie. Question mark. 3 and 4 were good. What are you talking about? Shrek 2 is one of the best movies of all time. Like, it's all, everyone agrees that it goes 2, 1, 4, 3. The only argument is that maybe the originality and the freshness of 1 can put it up above 2 for some people. Maybe I could understand someone saying 1 is better than 2, but like 2 is the next one after that, no matter what. But like 2, 1, 4, 3 easily. Should I believe you, or should I watch 3 and 4 by myself? You should watch them. Yeah, you should never believe anyone that tells you what to think about a series. That's why you should also go watch BBC Sherlock all the way through. Are we gonna play this? After each bomber's guy's views on backrooms, we have to. Did Harry not like it? But we were watching Najavaz on Saturday fan art. I looked up my fan art parts, and I looked up a chat responding about my caption about how my explanation about how devil joms, how devil work in CSM. And when I some chatter said no, I generally scared being wrong. So I just rechecked today, and my explanation is right, not a complete explanation. Okay, so who do you think probably scared of joms? Are you okay? I think I'm scared of joms. Joms what real would scare me. H-Bomber guy really didn't like BBC Sherlock, Joe? Yeah, I know. But then August said after Backrooms, after his take on Backrooms. Did I misspeak? I'm sorry. Did I say did Harry not like Sherlock? I was asking did Harry not like Backrooms. Everyone's saying Backrooms is really good, right? You gave Backrooms a 2.5 out of 5 and people got really mad. You did not misspeak? Okay. 2.5 is not bad. That's like mid. Can we get Harry in here? I need another thing. He's a close personal friend of mine. Let me just give him a quick phone call and he'll be here right now. He always answers. Who's last person to thank you to? How the fuck has it been 20 minutes? We yap. Harry is actually super fast at answering DMs. I am not fast. Did we stream yesterday? We didn't stream yesterday, right? What day is it? Oh god, sorry. It's been like so many busy days in a row, and just the sleeping has been awful. And I still don't have a lease for the apartment. Do you also get uncomfortable when someone answers your DMs too fast? Depends on who it is, but also if I DM someone and they answer like immediately, I'm kind of like, oh shit, you know, like I wasn't expecting you to just be here, right? Sometimes, but uncomfortable probably not. I don't know. All right, thank you, Oni Adapt, for the 14 months. With Hey Tom, don't really watch Twitch right now, but it's better to use and steal money from the corpse than not use it. Thank you for the Corpo bucks, Oni Adapt. It is a Prime sub. Thank you very much for using your free Prime on me. Thank you, Scruffix, for the 45 months with 2 joms or not the joms. That is the question. True. Thank you, Scruffix. Thank you, Calm908, for the 99 months. Damn, tier 2 as well. Holy crap, 99 months. I keep forgetting to come up with something. So here, I got 99 problems, but a plot ain't one. Use that for the next game that we find that fits it. All right, I will. I'll keep it in my pocket. Also, this is my pitch again for you to play old school RuneScape. And if you'd allow me to prepare a full 35 slide deck for your viewing pleasure, I can show you how it will change your life. Old school RuneScape Saturdays on a Saturday until we get bored of it. 1 stream only. I don't think I would like it. Oh no. I do enjoy number go up. Can you play solo or do you have to play with a group? Don't, you'll get addicted. Me? No way. Thank you, Nova Odin, for 23 months with a joms. Thank you. We love joms here. Thank you, Nuclear Plums, for the 35 months. Translucent Moth for the 8 months too. Hope this stream is just like Fight Club. It has an Insomniac lead, so yeah. It's probably one of the reasons why I like Fight Club so much, is the character had just the trash fire sleep schedule. Thank you, Radio Bob, for the 5 months with finally my summer vacay and the Great Ace Attorney 2 streams. I'm so hyped for the last 3 cases. Apparently they're really good. Chat seems to be very gung-ho on these. Maybe this is what the games have all been leading to. We're right at the beginning of Trial 3, right? I think that's where we are. 90% of the time, RuneScape is a solo game you play while other people are around doing their own thing. Why is it online then? Thank you, Alex Smith, for the 5 gift subs 8 minutes ago. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Alex M-Y-S? Alex Mize? One of those. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. And thank you, Dibblemunt, for the bits as well. Welcome to the League of Lawyers. It's a Snickers foolish fool. The League of Oh yeah, the League. I remember. I forgot about the League of Lawyers bit until right now. And the undercourt and shit, yeah. Okay, let's get into the game and see if we need to tweak any of the volume again. What's next on Saturday docket? Marble Nest 3? I don't know what we're doing on Saturday. I think Walrus and I are starting Road to Empress 2 this Saturday, so I should stream before that with something, but I don't know what. Maybe it's just gonna be like a one-off, like a Mugenics or Slay the Spire, or I guess we could possibly do Marble Nest, maybe? I don't know. Return of Kingdom Deliverance 2? I guess we could do that on Saturday until we're done. I finished Mina, yeah. Thank you for the tier 3 sub caps. With it's 67, 67 dance. Accidental 67 dance. Irene Morbed. Dispatch Saturdays? I think the dispatch is probably something we want to get done like sequentially, just day to day, instead of spacing out week by week, right? Or would it be good to do that? I don't know. Dispatch is quite short. IMO? It's still not short enough for just to be 1 stream though, right? It's probably gonna be 3. Okay, we kind of barreled through this at the end because we were trying to save a chatter from being banned forever and ever and ever, Gay Ben. Fire Department Scenario Hodo, word in your ear, if you please, says Shams. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as it was attempted by the professor of the Great Exhibition is quite simply impossible. Is quite impossible. Okay, so is this meant to be like? Is this something? So this seems to me like setting something up where it's going to be like a lot of this trial is going to be involved around like being steadfastly like skeptical that there's no way this could have worked, or is it that Sholmes is wrong and there's going to be a big twist and it's like actually it does work? There's supernatural stuff in the first 3 games, but was there sci-fi shit? I don't think so. Has anything fantastical or impossible happened in this game so far? Not really. Well, the cat flap-o-matic is kind of sci-fi bullshit, and everything to do with what they're doing is kind of sci-fi bullshit when it comes to the crime scene forensics, but let's just be like prototypes ahead of the curve. I don't think it's as fantastical as psychics. And I guess we'll see. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I read Professor Bunny Brain's paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's a contradiction, and it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno, but chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Oh no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. Huh, that sounds ominous. I wonder what she's planning. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once. We're on our way. Experiment that the laws of science can't possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the rule you have to unlock here, Renoski. That's the key to this case. Okay, and now we're with the judge. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. All right. Anything else before we get started? Did I forget anything? What was it that we investigated the fair? We saw Lestrade. We saw Gregson. We got a bunch. We weren't allowed to investigate the scene because of some sort of science protection thing about the prototype patents, whatever the fuck. Then we went to the wax museum, which I'm gonna guess is gonna be where they acquired a wax person to do the body swap that looked like it teleported. And there was a super hot witch who got money to pay the ransom for the wax doll to be returned because it's important to her or her family, maybe? I'm not sure. And I think that's about it, right? Still no Susie, which sucks. Oh, and also, much more important is that we went and saw Van Zeeks, and there was a masked person in there who's his apprentice who's not allowed to talk, who I'm like 99% certain is Kazuma, which makes me, or Kazuma, which is very confusing because I don't understand how he could possibly be alive. I don't know how he's here. He's under orders that he can't talk maybe he has amnesia? He's under orders that he can't talk from Male Strongheart. Male Stromheart. I guess we'll see. Okay. We're sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. How's the sound also? I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. 1 decibel higher necessary, IMO. It needs to be 1 decibel higher, or it's already 1 decibel higher than necessary. Yes? Okay. Okay, it's 1 decibel higher. There you go. The defense is ready, my lord. Is he really gonna solo a case? I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more? Ghost? I'm without Susato-san today. Susato-san. Ugh. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, what's for lunch? I must say, I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Assman. Mr. Assman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities, mostly involving asses. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court, prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, you've been doing shit without us? You're cheating on us? What the fuck? But the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Okay, Pathologic fans aren't here, right? Can I offer a little crumb of criticism for the games? As a treat? A crumb of criticism, just a little smidge, is that I think that it's a little silly that apart from the trials in Japan, every single case we've been up against Van Zeeks. I feel like I understand that maybe there should have been like a filler case that was still fun, like in the first game where we didn't go up against Van Zeeks. Just as a treat, you know, just it's someone else in court, you know, just something like that, you know, maybe a quick one even, you know, that's just one and done, right? I don't know. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. Oh shit, these powerful London criminals were prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. Bro's got the hate boner. I'm just saying that in the many trials in the movie Fight Club, there is always a different prosecutor. So, like, I just feel like it should be more like Fight Club, and there should be different characters that we're going up against. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Assman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? Okay, so this Reaper thing is definitely important. Okay. So what is happening? Is Strongheart killing people? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Assman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Alright, who do we have this time? Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? New person? I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. Okay. Okay, Assman in a wig. How are you related to this? Hello! To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh. Oh golly. It sends shivers down my spine. Okay. She's got to be older than 30, right? Okay. Also Assman in a wig? Okay. What? Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are all or nothing more than performances. Okay, we have all new people. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. Okay, so we have to listen to what's said on both sides, both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Isn't that the guy from the Wax Museum? Wasn't like this in my day. It wasn't like this at all. Wow. Okay, so we have 6 brand new jurors that... Okay, how are they going to be related to the case? Maybe they won't be this time. The science one has to be about explaining some shit about the law or whatever. That's the police killer otter mole look like again. And he's exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Oh, by the way, we have to end today at 5:45, 6 o'clock, somewhere in that window, to the point that if we're not done at 6 o'clock, I am Alt F4 and leaving, because it's one of my kids' birthdays today. I've already seen them today. We did presents in the morning, something like that. So I need to be leaving at that time. So if there's an exit ramp for the game at 5 o'clock even, or 5:30, I'll just end super early, okay? So just please let me know. It is 1:15 right now. So 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 45 minutes at the latest. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. I got her a copy of Pocopia and Tamagotchi Life. I got her 2 games. Well, Finn got her one of the games, because that's what he picked out for her. And he couldn't find anything else, so I let him get it, even though it's a bit pricey. I was watching them play Pocopia earlier today, and that game seems pretty fun. You get different powers, and they got it, like, you're a Ditto, and you got like a Squirtle power, and then you throw like water down, and then like you make grass, and then a Bulbasaur appeared, and then you have like you can put grass down as well. Like it looked pretty fun. Tamagotchi Life was strange. Kate just went to the store and spent all of her starting money on nachos and apples. So I don't know how that's going to go for her. It talks to you. It uses text-to-speech a lot. Tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. This is a cool concept, actually, that, like, they don't know if it worked or not. It is cutting edge. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. And because only like the people that are into the science can understand it, we have to kind of suss that out. It's a cool way to kill someone. Technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord, what the fuck does that mean? It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is it the same person though? Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. Apparently it's the same voice for her. The whole world is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Oh, you're against it, even though you're a science man. Okay. Sir, I believe you're a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. Pure poppycock, pure poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. Really? What? What rot? Really? Really? Ora. The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his hypothesis to take Mr. Assman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. Well, that was dumb, but this disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, bullshit. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Ooh, cloak is off right away. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Should we do offensive German accent no matter what? Albert Hairbrain, this is a scientist. He's not German. He spent time in Germany. He spent time in Germany. Here it's on screen. You can get an accent. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. He hoofed and he poofed and he signed an eviction notice. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, all right? An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Hoo-ha! The jawline on this, bro? What the fuck? The drip? Holy shit. I should dress like this. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. It seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. The photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Assman. He's an Assman too? Damn, there have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, The defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? If he's a criminal, then why hot? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine. My poor, splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to that special dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act. Do you think Ass Man Ass Play are creators? Yeah, right next to Buttman, but... What? The wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? We can't. Extremely simply, my lord. Oh, barely an inconvenience. Okay. I beg your pardon. Isn't that right, witness? We're all trying to peg this pardon. What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was a murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. Oh yeah? Explain how? What? How can you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. All right, I've heard enough. Guilty. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. A front for murder. Dude, I thought he was an ass man. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, Dr. Jones. That's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. I have had many perfect scans since we last met. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Oh. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. Okay, so is it possible to hollow out a wax statue and wear it kind of like a suit, and people will think that you're there when really you're not? An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart, and you're too late. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. Yeah, it's kind of bullshit. The coroner says death would have been all but instant for a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. Double sentence then. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly to the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. How come he gets to know this? How come Van Zeeks was allowed to investigate the crime scene and know all this shit, and we're just finding it out now? This is fucking bullshit. I would have liked to learn this before the trial, so I could complain about the pacing when I'm hearing it for a second time in here. It's fucking stupid. You know what has really good pacing? Fight Club. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the bird cage materializing in midair. Oh shit. Oh fuck. What? Okay, was he in a hot air balloon? From where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. My word. One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. I made too good of a teleporter, but honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Let's use it to beam Susie back. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Okay, if it does work though, how about we give the genius that has created instantaneous teleportation travel a pass on the whoopsie-doopsie, someone went wrong, we actually killed someone in the sake of science. Like, come on. Surely, can anyone think of you know, whatever the British equivalent of the Dow is in late 1800s? Like, come on. Think of the economy. Like, it's the things that we could do with this. Like, just give him a pass and let him continue to work. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like to enter it into the court record. No, you're... Why? Just don't feel like it. Your request is granted. The autopsy report's been entered the court record. The autopsy report of the victim, Mr. Assman, his neck was broken for the impact of the... Oh, his neck was broken! Okay, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Okay, was the neck break post-mortem? I'm always in a mood for these. There's something about having all the different voices to inhabit that just makes my brain go into stim overdrive. I wish I was more confident to give every character voices, but I can't. I can't do it. I can barely keep 3, you know? For juror number 4, I'm thinking Goofy. I was there in person, you know? I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Assman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Oh, are we doing guilty already? Hard to think otherwise, really. Juror number 1 is sus as fuck. I don't know why. Very well. Counsel for defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's all good, man. It's been a while. Cross-examination. Before we get into that, thank you to 2 people. Thank you, Sigma Vash for the 18 months. Thank you. 18 months. It's been really fun to follow all the games alongside you, and I thank you for the streams because they offer comfort after my dog passed away 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I'm sorry. People who have never had a dog don't know how difficult that can be. I'm sorry. Much love to you, Joe, and to chat. Appreciate your pets as much as you can. Yeah, seconding that for sure. Glad that we can have a distraction for at least a little bit for you, Sigma Vash. And thank you, Vanny227, for the 66 months too, for those sub after. Thank you very much. Affront for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. Hold it! Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. Which highlights something else about this whole rum business. Rum business? What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. I think the British government's just trying to steal the patents. Kill the guy who made it, and then they can do their own. After the explosion, the cage with the fellow inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. Did anyone see that happen, though? So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor. What was the cause of the fatal disaster? Torn piece of canvas-like material backed with the rubber that was found under the experimentation stage of the exhibition grounds. There's scorch marks on the edges. Okay, is that a piece of this? Is it a piece of a hot air balloon? Is it a piece of something to do with the wax model? What is this? This looks like a crossbow. Photographic print of the victim taken after he had been ostensibly been beamed to the crystal tower. It shows an apparent stab wound to the chest. How the fuck did he get the stab wound? Oh, they're not suspenders. He's strapped to this thing. What's this thing? Was this the thing he was strapped to in the teleportation device, and that was and that went with him? How'd he break his neck then? I guess upon impact, like from that fall, like you might break some bones, but specifically his neck? Am I wrong? Like to me, like look at this. He's strapped into this wooden harness thing in the back here. Whiplash is crazy. Yeah, I don't think it's impossible that he would have broken his neck from falling even strapped to this thing, but I feel like he would have broken more than that. How did his fucking glasses stay on? Is that a button? Yeah, it's a button. Okay. Victims, details of the victim, Odie Assman, male, 47, really. Time of death, 21st October, around 2:20 p.m. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. That's the cause of death. Additional observations. A broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after sudden fall from considerable height. But if the wound killed him before, how could you possibly make that call? That the stab killed him before the fall? Coroner Courtney Scythe? I didn't see the coroner name before. Huh. Okay, I'm sorry, I said it wrong. A broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact after sudden fall from the considerable height. Okay. All right, that's a weird detail. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. No, it was the explosion. Oh shit, wrong button.
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculated yourself personally? Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out, which means you can't kill me if you want the teleportation bullshit to work. Only you got it wrong, didn't you? Alas, you got it wrong. Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake. It wasn't murder, it was just an accident. And they signed a waiver. Do you people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, and the wind direction. I'm becoming a little Welsh, I am. The ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, Dr. Jones, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Assman was wearing at the time, I suppose. Oh, shit! Crackling comments, the answer should have been 3. So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound.
Hold it!
Bum, 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 bum. Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? 2, right? Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. Oh! But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips, if you don't keep butting in every few seconds. Yes, finish your fish and chips, please. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. Is it? The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that that is the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. But it was a red herring, wasn't it? There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Okay, where is it? The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. Maybe it's when he teleported in the air. There was a Sekimea snowflake that was drifting in that just, you know, caused it to burst out from his chest and he died. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I could only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Oh yeah, we found that. Yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it? There he is. My trusty little companion, Andrew. Andrew the screwdriver and screw? Andrew, of course. Oh, I thought it was to the Blacks Museum. Okay. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. All tools. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Yeah, that's right. M for Michael. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't. Maybe Zorba was the coroner and just, you know, ate the thing that stabbed him and took it out with him afterwards, just for fun? It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. How do you know? No. And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fella is completely consistent with the victim's wound. Oh, is it really? What? How'd that happen? Ora! The court relates to this friend of the defendant as evidence. Sorry for yawning. The screwdriver is entered in the court record. Professor Harebrain's... I don't actually feel that tired right now, and I just had a coffee too, but, you know, still yawning. On that yawn game, on that yawn grind. Professor Harebrain's trusty screwdriver that he's named Andrew. There are traces of blood at the tip, and it matches the shape of the victim's wound. So one of Professor Harebrain's tools is the murder weapon. Zorba? Great. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. What grounds do you have for saying that? Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. And there was like smoke before it went off too. So the smoke went off, like that created a smoke screen for someone to run in and stab him in the chest before the teleportation that totally works send him across the sky that will make him fall and break his neck. But it wasn't enough for the fall to do it. They just had to get that stab in just to make sure. Okay, that's what happened. That's what happened. The victim, Mr. Odie Assman, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Furthermore, how does soap eating get into this? Following the explosion in kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, Samari, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. Great Scott. And Albert Harebrain is the only bloke who fits the bill. Unless you've got some other bright idea, Sunshine, in which case let's hear it. Nah, I mean, I wish I had a good Jason Statham. My learned friend, silence is your answer, Inspector. Can a man have a moment to think? So that's all the testimony you have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Van Zeeks keep that to himself until now on purpose to gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible.
Hold it!
Before we move on, I want to mention that Albert has unique animation if you pursue him when he's not doing anything. How, can you do that? I didn't know you could do that.
Excuse me.
Professor Harebrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor. Sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. Right now, and the witness stand is the best place for that. Always be sciencing. Seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? Someone else who's making a competitor to your teleporter that used their teleporter on the other side of the glass tower to teleport to your stand, stab him, and then make their teleporter look up on the wrong side to frame you so they got the teleporter patent instead of you. I don't know, but there's no way I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Assman as you say. Eh? Time traveling, a lot of heart. Explain, please, Professor? Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. I'd heard. Then surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. Oh, he's got a point, actually, yeah. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Okay, maybe you should be the lawyer. Well, no, I suppose not. Also, blood would have like been splurting all over the place after he got like teleported in the air, right? It would have been raining blood. You see, not one. Huh. True. I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Wish I could have done it. Ora! Uh-oh. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing? Hadouken? Here's to you, Albert. Ah, you're too kind, Barack, but I'm really not a patch for you. No, you're not. I'm really not a patch for you? What does that mean? No? Uh-oh. You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have. Read it again? Did I misread it? I'm really not a patch on you. Oh, sorry. I still don't... What does it mean? I'm really not a patch on you. I still don't know what that means. What does it mean? Like, I'm nothing compared to you? Nowhere near your level? Okay, that makes sense. Okay. What's a situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound? Of course. Inspector, enlighten the court. Enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with us? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was being through the air. Huh. Okay. Have I done the dyslexic reminder through Greatest Attorney reading? Usually I try and give that disclaimer every time we do a reading game. Sometimes words and letters jump on the screen for me. Sometimes it happens in it happens less with books, I think, but it does happen in books as well on the page. Thank you, Sir Kikek, for the 13 months. With the C is pronounced S, like SAR, but no worries. What? Sir Kazart? What? What do you mean? Thank you for the 13 months? Kiki's okay. Kiki, we're just gonna go with Sir K. Thank you very much, Sir K. Thank you, Furball, for the 12 months as well. Thank you, Rich, for the 1 year, Furball. Fearball. Why would you think that, Inspector? With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper of sorts, for want of a better word. I see. Don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Where's Suzada-san when you need her? Suzada-san, I'm gonna sneeze. If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Assman to the chest. But then, if the teleporter's gonna work, why kill him twice, Greg? What the fuck? Then he beamed the victim off stage with his fancy device. The screwdriver's still where he planted it. I would never do such a thing, not to my precious tools. I would never use them for such dirty work. Okay, amend your testimony, that's true, you wouldn't. You only use tools for their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist. The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. Okay. So that's all the testimony I have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Okay, what am I pressing here? The fact that the screwdriver is no longer in the body when he landed, or what? Did Van Zieks keep that to himself until on purpose to gain advantage? Oh well, I suppose as press witness information as possible. Okay. Of course, when crashing through the crystal tower to broken neck. I made a minor discussion to be reserved as a mistake. The postmortem was another injury for the wound. There was a lesion. The chest would be suffered a sharp right in the heart. Weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body. Must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. Okay, so I feel like it's probably gonna be that why isn't it in him when he's landed then, but that seems a bit too simple, to be honest. There's a harebrained source screwdriver that he's named Andrew. There are traces of blood on tip, and it matches the shape of the victim's wound. Have we done a test for the blood though? Oh, we don't have blood tests, do we? We have a test that whether or not it is blood, but we don't know what blood, whose blood it is. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. The details of the screwdriver have been updated in the court record. The metal screwdriver that was found poking through the grill at the base of what remains of the kinesis machine is a very distinctive handle. Oh, it's where we found this. Okay. Okay, so that's what it is. This is blood, Mr. Assman's blood, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Oh, because you get to see blood?
Objection.
You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. What if you, like, jostle it around afterwards? Like, if you stab in the chest, and then you just kind of, like wrench it around and make, like, a bigger hole, the blood is going to start coming out then, too, right? It's only if you stab and then just don't move it much that it's going to plug the wound up, right? Yeah, okay. The cheeky shake, yeah. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver, the thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. What? I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, now you come to mention it, yes. What? Inspector, you understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate. That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. Salary cutting noises. Just let him look, nothing more. It is very clear that he wasn't such a thing. Yes, that's true. This screwdriver was in plain sight, on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. Maybe the screwdrivers don't get beamed in the beam machine and it fell out and that's it, yeah. And then there's just blood spraying through the air and it just happened that no one saw it. That's right. It should have been beamed across the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Assman. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. I wonder if the photograph would have worked too. Probably not. Ora! Lots of orders this time. How do you explain this, Inspector? I fucking can't. I don't. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on this. I was just saying this actually on the assumption that it did actually take place, yeah. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord. Yes, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Oh shit. Lord Van Zeeks is stumped, and he's also matching my pose. He wants to fuck me so bad he looks... What? Bro, don't incriminate yourself. Don't incriminate yourself. Don't incriminate yourself. Don't, bro, shut the fuck... Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Assman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculation. Ah, for fuck's sake, dude. What? This is your friend. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord.
To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put.
What's that? What's this? What about all the metal inside of his body? Does that small colonies okay? What, this is wood. What's that? What's that made of? Also wood? What's this up here? Wood.
In other words, Sumari, Dr. Jones, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all.
Bro only cares about truth and science.
Mr. Assman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
So all the lead pills he took in the morning from his lead maxing were wasted? Holy shit. So the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is
that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis.
In other words, Sumari.
In other words, Sumari, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest.
What about the wooden handle would go then?
Its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the...
Wait, hold on. This would be gone. This would go. Is this also metal? Is this like brass? What is this? It does kind of look metallic a little bit. What is this? Is it all metal? Metal handle? The more I look at it, the more it does kind of look brassy. It could be wood though.
Its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see. Wait. Shit.
We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you, witness.
Professor Harebrain,
shut the fuck up.
Yes?
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all.
Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nippity's friend. Let's see how you cross-examine your way out of this one. The ropes are tight tonight. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
The inconsistency explained. Okay, to be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering all my research. Okay, let's press. Is it just him? Oh, I can't press him here with the side thing because Greg's gone. Fuck. And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking confidence in any way.
No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem.
Who's that?
I forgot.
But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you?
No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth.
Okay, that's not how law works though, bro. Like, whenever someone goes down for something, they never know for 100% certainty, even if the fucking person confesses. So it's just all about, like, what seems like the best answer. So shut the fuck up. More words of the same great scientist, you know.
Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remembered the magnificent genius's name,
you'll be the first that he did actually forget. Fuck. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind.
You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times.
Is that a clue? So Lord Van Zeeks really did have a friend once, but I didn't notice hell freezing over. You two are friends. What the fuck? My analysis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Tool.
Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then? No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one based on thousands of calculations. Yeah, but it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course. Oh, Balder, how are we doing with that one? Yes, of course. So I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage in which Mr. Assman was placed for the kinesis. Obtusa? The jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does seem to be made of timber of some sort. Cell. I'll thank you not to refer it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. Yeah, what the fuck? In short, Sue, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct? Maybe he didn't break his neck. Maybe he had like an implanted fucking neck brace and the metal thing stayed behind and then his neck just went, his neck just did that after the fucking implant was gone. Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical. No, okay, Joe. Okay, Joe, you need to lock the fuck in. He wasn't actually teleported. Joe. Okay, he wasn't actually teleported. Didn't happen. Remember Herlock. He wasn't teleported. Okay, all right. Okay, but the ultimate conclusion then is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Maybe he did it to himself. Indeed, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare. I'm hungry. I just ate. What the fuck? God damn it. In other words, Dr. Jones, the point made. You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. True? But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased? No. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Assman losing his life. The advancements of science is no excuse, I know that. I think we'd be willing to trade and life for unlocking teleportation, right? Sure, why not? I volunteer. And then you just teleport out of existence. No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Assman? Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypothesis and the project, and the research grant, of course. Did you forget who it was? Mr. Assman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. How did you come to know Mr. Assman in the first place? A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. There's a scientific journal? Sorry, that's a scientific journal. Good gracious, I should need new spectacles. Spectacles. I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time I had no money. That's how it goes, yeah. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass. Watered down water. But Mr. Assman read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory and offered you money to help fund your work. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things and Mr. Assman provided me with an engineer for the practical. Wait, what? And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together. Where's the engineer? The machine that you brought to the exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Assman took care of all of it. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything. Huh. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction? The writing here is pretty good consistently when it comes to the end of the press portion. Segues really well into the next line that you want to press. Usually they're linked together quite well. Not always, but usually. It's good. Yes. Well, not exactly. I'm not good with I think I've lost this accent, I'm sorry, or voice. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer. Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible, because you'll be fucking dead or in prison. Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret on my hypothesis. But Mr. Assman and I toiled over that machine for so long, we put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident. That's the extent of the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? To be clear, I'm still listening again. Okay, I think it's that his glasses or the button is made of metal. Okay, so I'm gonna try that, because that's where my mind went immediately.
Objection.
Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made? Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. Every time I do it makes me laugh. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Assman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. Is that still a rim? I don't see a rim. Metal? No! You've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should have also predicted that the metal rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. He's got a point. My hypothesis, my hypothesis. No! Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. I mean, the teleportation still worked though, so I don't think he gives a fuck. Order! Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. Are you just an idiot and they were just fucking with you? If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, Juror number 4. Go ahead. You know what would be awesome right now? If they all voted not guilty and then Van Zeeks had to do a fucking examination summation and we just watched him do it. That would be fucking hilarious. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. Ooh. What? Wait, great Scott. No, you're way too early for that. Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, Sumari, the rare juror Sumari, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never. That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? Oh, you're awake? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Raise an objection? Wait, yeah, just wait and see. Maybe I should watch and wait for the time being. My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination. But what about the special dispensation that's been mentioned? Oh gosh, this is all too much. If it's determined that the machine itself was the murder weapon, I think you'll find that act won't apply. Of course it was the murder weapon. Anyone could see that as plain as day. Okay, so it both worked and didn't work? What are we doing? So we're all in agreement, are we? That the machine should be stripped? Well, if I don't do something, they'll...
Objection.
Why do we care? Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes? But even so, I know we promised, but who gives a fuck? Even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. Joe, in your opinion, if there was a teleport that destroys your body and creates a new one at the other end, you die, but a clone lives on? Yes, you absolutely die. Yeah, yeah. I would say that the only way that you could possibly see that you continue is if every single piece of matter that you are is broken down, is actually physically transported somehow to the other space, instead of using the same like a copy of all the matter that's already at the other place and they rearrange it. Like, yeah, I think you're dead. Yeah. Depends on how the teleporter works. Well, you don't need all, just the brain. That's a very brain-centric view, but maybe. You would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. We are just the brain? I disagree. I think we're more than the brain. I think we're mostly brain. I think there's more to us than the brain. I think this like modern view of that we're just the brain and nothing else and the body is a vehicle is a bit flawed. I think we're more than the brain. Don't we have like fucking like neurons or whatever in our fucking stomachs or something? Or maybe neurons is the wrong word. I don't know what it is. Isn't there some fucking thing like elsewhere in the body that has like some amount of like thought control, blah 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 blah. Like, yeah. I don't know. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year. Whoa! That's like 300 pounds more than what the fucking wax statue is being held for a ransom, which means that is an insane amount of fucking money that's being held ransom there. Oh, you could live ransom on that much for years. Why are you here? Is that a kid or what? The society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. Oh, don't bring up cake. People's greed is plenty motive for enough for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me. It's a little unreasonable to presume at this point we've got everything figured out and we can fully explain consciousness self through brain activity and absolutely nothing else. Imagine there's probably still things out there that makes us who we are. Maybe we connect us together, that we don't have a scientific framework to be able to decide it. This, you know what's really, really relevant to this? I was just watching the Rest is Science podcast with Hannah Fry and Mike Michelson from Vsauce, and they were talking about how human feet are strange. And apparently, like just recently, like within like I think it was 2020, that they upturned the whole entire view of how the foot works. That the curve in your foot that goes from your toe to your heel is like less important than the curve that goes from like the other way, from like big toe to small toe. Like the curve that goes that way is like 75% of how like the support that comes from your foot, and the one that goes from the front of your foot to the back of your foot is only 25%. Like they did research in 2020 where they got cadavers and they cut the curve in a different way than lengthways, and that made the whole structure of the foot collapse. Like we just thought that was true for like 100 fucking years, and that's like something we can physically verify, and that's our foot. So imagine how much we're wrong about like how the brain works and shit like that if we didn't even understand properly how fucking feet worked until fucking 5 years ago. It's fucking stupid. Is like how curved bridges work. Yeah, she described it as how it works when you have a floppy slice of pizza and you fold it so it stays up, so it'll stay rigid so you can put it in your mouth, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? When you fold the slice, would it be horizontal? Like what would that be? When you just fold the crust, the tips of the crust together, so the pizza stays upright. That's kind of like how our feet are. It's not the other way. A Gaussian curvature. There you go. That's what they use. Yeah, that's the term they used. Gaussian. So yeah, so imagine how much there's still to discover about the brain and everything like that. And the liver. I like the liver. No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. which means that the experiment was a success. Was it? Oh, I'm still here. The secret seventh juror hiding somewhere in the courtroom. Oh no. Barack. And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Barack. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. Really? No examination summation yet? Huh. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Oh, really? Eyewitnesses. Wasn't that one of the jurors? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no... Obviously, I know how to say that word, and obviously I know what it means. So we don't need to go back and read it. Everyone knows that it's fine. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. What? There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. Why are we just glossing over the fact that the blood must have been all over the stage and all this other shit? Like what? Like... But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now. Oh, really? Huh? During which time, the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. Oh. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Go take a leak. Thank you, Mushy H-Sum or Mush High Sum, one of those for 3 months. With respects to your streams, thank you very much. Respect for me? That's a rare one. Thank you very much, Mushy. Thank you, Jigchu, for the 20 months too, with a dance. The chug jug dance. I can't see this emote without bobbing my head along with it. It's so infectious. And thank you, Goldstar99, for the 300 bits. With can't watch the stream today, but I want to drop in and say the Patho 2 roller coaster was a joy to watch. Thank you so much for streaming one of my favorite games. Can't wait for Patho 3. I can. It's just my name as a palindrome. Oh, it is Mushy. It's just Mushy forwards and backs. Okay, cool. Thank you. Save your progress. Patho 3 is the best one. Is it? I think Patho 2 is better than Patho 1 overall. But it's surprisingly close, actually. I definitely think that people who only play Patho 2 are missing out bigly. Like, Patho 1 informs so much about Patho 2. Like, wow. And I wonder if Patho 2 informs a lot about Patho 1. If I went back and played Patho 1, I wonder if I could bring a bunch back from Patho 2 with it. Probably, yeah, about Mark Mortel and stuff like that too. Like, yeah, it makes me sad that some people only play Patho 2. Which means that if you are a Patho 2 fan that watched me play and you only play Patho 2, I'm more invested in the series than you are. And I'm a bigger fan. And therefore, my opinion holds more weight and my perspective matters more. Which is just, really fun. Yeah. I highly recommend that if you go back and play Patho 1 after Patho 2, that first, before that, you definitely should watch Fight Club. 23rd October, 10:44 a.m., the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Old Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo. What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start. Sorry about that, but you promised me. You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Okay. Are we gonna have like a Umineko-like experience now with having to make this guy believe that his thing worked? Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. It was my hypothesis. Ooh, ooh. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh, he's Sherlocking. Oh, no. Yeah, don't you care about that at all, or no? Maybe we're gonna get that now? You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. A microphone master. Not just a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barack? He's being awful. He's just like that. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Oh, he's Homo something, all right. I can affirm to that. Glad that's cleared. Can I double check something with you? Yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? Fruit so hanging is spared. I know, yeah, that was her. Sorry, sometimes you have to go for them though. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. Reached? So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. Is there a way to use hypothesis that I don't know that makes the sentence right, or is it just missing an ED? But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. I think it should be reached too, yeah, it's fine. Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims. I don't necessarily think spirituality is real so much as I believe that we may explain it someday. I think that humans' propensity toward magical thinking is so common. Like, I think it's probably a universal human experience, right? I think even the most skeptical person in the world has still had moments or even has to fight against some sort of magical thinkment at some point in their lives, or maybe they have to do their whole entire lives. So that seems to be like it's ingrained in us. So what is the evolutionary benefit, if you want to use that term, in order to have that? Like, why do we think that? Why do we see patterns where there are no patterns? Why do we make things up like that? And that usually leads into like something sort of spirituality, giving your life meaning. Maybe thinking that your life has more meaning gives you more drive to continue on. Like, I feel like humans are pretty unique in the on the planet that given enough bad shit that goes down, we'll just say, yeah, fuck it, I'm giving up. So I've had enough of being a human. Like, so maybe there has to be like a counterbalance to that comes to evolutionary being like, no, don't give up. This is for a reason, or, you know, like that sort of thing. So I wonder if that's where spirituality comes from. But it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. I think our brains do funny things too when it comes to hallucinations, when it comes to like dreams, and like we just see lots and lots of patterns for survivability purposes. So maybe that comes from that too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure spirituality does exist for many, many reasons, but I'm also very not spiritual whatsoever. I don't believe in God. I don't believe that there's any real reason that we're here other than just, you know, to fart about. But I engage in magical thinking sometimes too, even so. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professors at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? I also think it's probably a mistake to conflate like God with spirituality. You can have spirituality in your life and still not believe in God, I think. 23rd of October, 11 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels to the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zeeks, I believe these 6 witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Like, my view of existence is mostly that we're not separate from the universe. We are the universe. We're made of the same stuff. We're made of like a supernova going off. Blah 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 blah. However, that's a very romantic way of viewing our existence. But we are. That's how our star system was formed. So to me, like we are the universe experiencing itself. Like we're one part of the universe. So like to me, like life is just all about having as many positive and interesting experiences. Positive doesn't always mean good though. Sad and bad experiences can be interesting too, as we possibly can to add to that collective. I don't know if you get to have access to that collective after you die, but also you also have some sort of obligation to also be nice to all of the other individual people that are experiencing the universe through a unique subjective experience at the same time too. That's what I think. But does that count as spiritualism? I'm not sure. Maybe someone would look at that and say that's a very spiritual outlook. I don't know. Maybe. But that's how I view existence. Most of the time. Sometimes I view it in a much more pessimistic and dark way. But 80% of the time, that's how I view existence and why we're here. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Oh, perfect. A detective of all people. Is it Lestrade? The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So bring forth your witnesses now. This is kind of a short intermission, and I really want to drink. Let's take like a quick 2-minute recess. 2-minute recess? Like really, really fast. I'm gonna use the bathroom, get a drink, and then come back. Does every Pokemon that you get in Pokopia give the player character a new power, or is it only certain ones? I saw the Squirtle power, I saw the Bulbasaur power, I didn't see any other ones. Not all? Okay. What's the Pokemon that gives you the ability to dig? Is it a Diglett or is it a Geodude? It's a drill burr? What the fuck is a drill burr?
What? This world has a spiritual spirit inhabit an 8-year-old and grow up 20 years. Is teleportation that impossible? We spoke about that earlier. Yeah, I brought that up with the magic that happens in the other series. Like, could teleportation actually happen here? Yeah. Like, at the beginning of today's stream, I said something to the effect of, I don't know if Herlock's speech about, hey, listen, this is impossible, and Iris being like, yeah, this is impossible, is that meant to be like a message that is being sent to you, kind of like effectively from the devs saying a big part of this trial is about you holding steadfast against the idea that teleportation cannot happen. You have to always remember that. Or is that a red herring and it's setting up this moment of subversion where like, well, Herlock and Iris were wrong and it actually does work, right? So, like, I don't know. By the way, there's a great stopping point today about an hour from here in game time. No added fucking around reading aloud, so probably add an extra hour to that. Then there won't be another great one for like 3 more hours. There would be an okay stopping point about an hour after that, though, if the first one's too early. Hopefully that's helpful. That's helpful. Yeah, I think that's probably too early, so we're probably gonna go with the okay one. Or I could just, like, you know, we could just do a quick run of Slay Spire 2. That only takes 2 hours. Like right now in the middle, and then we go back to Greatest Attorney 2. We wouldn't do it at the end. We do it in the middle. Yeah. Slay Spire 2 run. Thinking of being silent. Joe, do you know Pokemon Mana? I know hardly anything about Pokemon anymore. I didn't even know there was a Tangrowth. I'm like, is this a new one? And Finn was like, when was Tangrowth added? Was this the first one? I looked it up. It was Gen 4. I didn't even know there was a Tangrowth. So bring forth your witnesses now. And I played Gen 4. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. It is Lestrade. Okay, who the fuck are these other two? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. Lune? My name is Balthazar Lune. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the Esperimento stage. Oh, for fuck's sake. My name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. Did you hit your head? I have come to see the great expedition all the way. I thought I didn't have to do this voice anymore, all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. Oh, you're so interesting. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. It is Ornstein and Smo, but she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet. About 18 meters then. That's not very high. What? Huh. And thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Calling describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. That is high, you can die from that? I think you can die from that, but it's not very high compared to how we saw the hot air balloons in the sky earlier. Yeah, it's not very high. It was an sorry, not incredible. It was an incidente terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. Was the corpse hidden in a hot air balloon? And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. The most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Kind of airtight considering all three of them saw it, huh? Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. Is that 18 meters? Is this the scale? Maybe it's not the scale. Okay. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. Okay, this is starting to feel like an elaborate setup that this guy did to fake his own death so someone wouldn't get him. Is it to like outsmart the Reaper, the Bailey, so no one could get him, but then he was double outsmarted and also but still died? Lamayo, get fucked? Like, because the corpse was like properly examined by a coroner, right? So it has to be him. Birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly, a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, and I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. Don't want to close my eyes. I am very rich. I still have lots of money. Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal a notice into the great exhibition. Why do you have a bandage over your head, though? What happened? Who else was wearing a mask like this? Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. Bro, like, Kate wanted McDonald's for her birthday for lunch, so I went to McDonald's with the kids. Coincidentally, Kate didn't want to go, so I went with everyone except for Kate. So we go to McDonald's, and, like, we get there right at 11 when they start serving lunch, because I didn't want to deal with the rush of like, kids being there. And then, for whatever reason, some guy comes in with, like a whole fucking classroom. And, like we're sitting there waiting, and, like, fucking 40 kids walk in. With like 2 adults like managing them, and just like, and all the kids had their own like way of ordering too. I don't know if they bring in their parents' cards or whatever. I don't know how the fuck that works. I don't think this should be allowed. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like that's like it was such a hazard. There were so many fucking people. When you look at the chaos and go, fuck it, we already ordered. The school provides cards, does it? If it's planned in advance, surely it's fine. I don't think it was planned in advance. I think they just fucking showed up. Field trip to McDonald's? We didn't do that when I was in school. Was it an elementary school? I think it was. I would say the kids were no older than 11. You never went with your class to places like parks? I think the only place that we ever went in school was we went to a gym for gym class one time, like an actual gym outside of the school. We did that. We never went anywhere We never went like to like a McDonald's or something like that. We went to a museum maybe once. We went on a school trip to France. We went to Normandy and saw some of the cathedrals. They're gorgeous. Oh my god. If you've never seen one of the cathedrals in Paris, holy fuck. There's probably nothing like that. You go in, the ceilings are so tall. They're fucking so gorgeous. Sorry, we're getting sidetracked. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. I don't know, that seems like a lot of kids to bring in. Do we really need that? And not enough adults to look after them too. Then I remove my mask because this is what I would look like. Oh, well yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Because I'm rich. Great disguise then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, and that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, more than anything else, only the accused, who was with Mr. Assman on the stage, could have possibly committed the murder right now. But what about the blood? We already did this. He couldn't have stabbed him because of the blood. And if the teleport had worked, then the screwdriver would have went with him. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. I feel like this case has more new characters than previous cases combined. I feel like this is the first actual new case in Greatest Attorney 2, and the other ones were just kind of like bridge, like intermission sort of thing, which is fine. Apparently these three are very, very long. Chat said that these three cases are gargantuan together, so maybe that's fair, yeah. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. It's fine. It was an incidente terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Were they not? There were 3 balloons flying high, flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See, all 3 of them. My bellissimi bambini. Sure, why not? They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. What? £10? And the research thing is 200? What? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month, that is my pocket money. How is Lestrade up there? Royalists have all the luck. 5. Oh no, sorry, it was the ransom. That was 200, right? Sorry. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old, I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know? Good job. Detectives have all the luck. How was Iris getting up there then? If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. Huh. The operators of the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. Huh? C. And the zone above a public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. I hate you too. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Do we? Perhaps you could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right, I can feel you in there, my lord. Oh, this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. I don't think the kid is an Oomphy Boomphy, no. So you actually saw the accident happen from up there in the air? Yep. Isn't it amazing what a detective gets to, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. Let's do it, actually. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Does Ryu have parents? Does, like, the parents are just like, yeah, sure, go, like, was that a consideration at all? Is he an orphan, or is it just conveniently we're just not fucking talking about that? Everything. We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang, and the cage disappeared, just like that. You were describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in me ear. I looked round, and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before. Huh. And what appears out of the flames? The cage, that's what. And that description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantaneously through space. Some long lines for the judge in this trial. It's mind-blowing, innit? But that's the 20th century for you, I reckon. So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculous taking place.
Hold it!
He at minimum has a grandparent. His granddad is mentioned as gifting him a pocket watch back when they got into university. It's relevant evidence to one of the aforementioned Japan exclusive DLC cases. Is it really? Maybe his parents are dead, or just like they're just Pokemon'd in the background, maybe. So you're saying that you witnessed the actual moment that the instantaneous kinesis took place. During the stay in London, I have seen many extraordinary things. The great exhibition itself, the instantaneous kinesis, big explosions, a stabbing, fish and chips, the British courtrooms, and strange creatures. Strange creatures? Sorry, yeah, strange creatures? Yeah, you, a most unusual creature from the East. Oh, yes. I see princes wearing masks every day on this week. I also saw some lady crawling down the street instead of walking. Crawling Ollie, they call her. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Lune? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, he sounds French to me, but he's not. He's Italian, isn't he? Was Von Karma Italian in that one? What was the Italian accent I did? I am Von Karma. The cage, it fell from the sky. No, it's just his voice. It's just the kid's voice again.
Hold it!
I have one shitty, all-encompassing European accent. Did you see that actually happen? Italian gay vampire? Wow. No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grande confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. It's me. I suppose they're his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now, and I'm a lawyer. Then tell us what you saw. I'm a judge, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. Racist VAR. Doing accents isn't racist. What are you talking about? I didn't get a look inside the cage, but I went nowhere near it after crashing into the tower. This sounds like Italian Dracula. Can we have gay Dracula? We had a gay zombie, so what would... Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Use your head, Odo. How could it have been me? I was up in the balloon, weren't I? Right. So because I weren't available, it was the boss who'd had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. Poor Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. What if it was some kind of switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Hey Joe, do you have a favorite track from either game so far? Definitely the tension music when the strings go fucking crazy. Just, you know, shit's going down when that happens. I like it. It's pretty simple. Like, there's not much to that track. It's just like they're just holding that same kind of loop over and over and over again, but I like that. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly the people saw at the time. Oh, is it over? Are we done? Oh shit, okay, it was the second one that had a, the kid interrupts, right?
That's Peter. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Ah, yes. What was it again? Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. Just the 4 names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing there, and then the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? How many balloons are on the ceiling right now? Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed. Oh, look at his hat! It has like a fire in his hat. Look at that. How fucking over designed. Holy shit. A green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Just playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. 9999, says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's Police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interest of cordial national relations between the Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not the skies that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to Oz at the time. Okay, you know what? It's really fucked up how bad I am at doing the voices, that when it's spelt in the accent, it's so much easier for me to stay on topic. So if you want me to do voice acting for your game, you have to fucking type it out phonetically for me in the accent that you want, and then I'm good. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian prince. All of these questions are making me boring. Making me I think you mean bored. Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very long to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logico. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Uh-oh. My die. I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them. I hope the neighbors can't hear me. Holy fuck. I need to move so quickly. Here you are, Your Highness. Thank you. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Lune? No, I did not see the explosion on myself, however. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, I feel like we're presenting this piece, right? Torn piece of canvas-like material with rubber that's found under the experimentation stage of the exhibition grounds with scorch marks at the edges. I think it has to be that, right? I don't see how it could be anything else.
Objection.
Nope. Okay, fuck me. The defense would have to object to the last statement, my lord. And I would have to overrule your objection, counsel. All right, we're ahead of the game then. Okay, never mind. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. I'm glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again. Okay, so maybe we have to look at it. It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before, but applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet, and the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Okay, so that's not it. Alright, well, I don't know what to do now. I'm fucked. Was the incident terrible? I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Oh, is it you that needs the damaged part? But we don't know that it's a piece of the balloon. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the second, another bang in the sky besides us. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed in the crystal tower. Okay, that is what happens. I didn't get a look inside the cage, but no one went near it after crashing tower. That's also what happens. Okay. It does feel like I have to present... Maybe I have to present it to him? I'm gonna be mad if I have to present it to him. Oh, I'm gonna be so fucking mad. I'm gonna be so fucking mad. I love being mad, so let's hope I'm mad. Did you press the green balloon statement? I did, didn't I?
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? You sure about that? Yeah, the boring thing. Wait, why would you be mad? I don't need a reason to be mad. I'll just be mad whenever I want. I'm like this kid, except I'm not rich, so I'm less interesting. I feel like it should have to be that one though, because that's the one that we got from pressing. So like, the Reaper attacked. Oh, you can actually read this shit. Altamont Gas Company ad there too. Kingpins of the criminal underworld generally manage to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials, and this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Venzies as a result. By the sound of it, it makes you think. If that's how the system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. Okay, there's nothing here about one of the balloons blowing up. Nothing else to inspect here. Gonna sneeze. Some sort of lever here. It is a crossbow. What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Crossbow, a weapon found hidden behind a tree under the experimentation stage of the exhibition grounds. Turns out it's a folding crossbow. Someone just dumped this here? This looks expensive. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. Bolts! So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring two times out of 3. In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyoto archery training. He's better than us at archery too? Fucking hell. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Okay. Oh, so it's permanently lodged onto this thing, and then you just pull it back instead of having to physically pull it back. Oh, that's a cool design. This probably breaks very often though. Okay. I don't know what to do. Apart from pressing with like this thing. Unless there's something here that I'm missing about like one of the balloons breaking. Hold on. Oh, nothing, okay. Alright, I guess we'll try pressing the green thing against this.
Objection.
Mr. Lune, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I feel like the other one should have worked too. I wonder if you might know what this is? I guess, like, presenting the evidence to the kid is agreeing with what he's saying and helping it, but whatever, it's fine. I think it may be. I'm actually not mad, I'm fine. I'm calm now, I'm not owned at all. See, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric on the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. Yeah, sure. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, Sumari, as Master Gotts testified. A green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. How did no one see that? If Lune exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience, how awful. Seems to me like these things crash 50% of the time anyway. Instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode, yes, eminently plausible. Okay, we're just making shit up now. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Lune? You are suggesting that I am a liar. That person has died in the balloon incident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Lune is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is non-possible. Oh, so Balthazar Lune, he's B Lune. Fucking hell. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the numbers of balloons that were operating that day. I think that it's important, actually. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. The defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. Mr. Lune. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. He's a fucking transformer. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah. Grassy, my lord. Mr. Lune's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. Saying those words wrong, sorry. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Anyway? What was the word? I just kind of half read it. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you. See. Exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war, all-out war. One balloon, please. Thank you. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. War never changes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. As I said, B Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. Okay, so there must have been another balloon in the sky. You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor, I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we were talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. Did Gregson not tell you? That balloon report is out of date. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task? What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself if that the case. I love Ryu's catchphrase line. Ha. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. They fell to the ground in the explosion. What a catastrophe. He's got a point. He's got a point, yeah. It would be a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Oh, God. Are you an idiota? Sorry. That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? So he doesn't know. That must be Italian for I don't know. Joe, it's his anime girl sigh, Joe. I don't know the anime girl sighs. I just know the prosody bit when a bunch of anime girls make noises while they're eating. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Wait, really? Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord! Why do you have the kind that's burning in your hat then? I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. Magic gas. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. It's never gonna happen. What's the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? Looks to the camera. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? So it's a different balloon. 4th balloon lurking somewhere in the sky. Watch out for it. I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Just left it there along with a fucking crossbow. State of the art it was. Always works out better than diving in people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Fucking Gottfried's gonna be losing all his fucking money here. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on. So there could be so many clues in there that we just don't have access to. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. hardcore. Listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Barden? No, you. Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. Loves the badge. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Add that to your testimony. The coppers of the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the set. Oh, what a wonderful, like, bridging line there to the end of that into this. Well done, game. I appreciate this. There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the cubs what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Uh-oh. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? Yes, like you swiping all of his fish and chips, eh? The man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. The scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. Niente. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Do they? You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. Maybe the insides are green. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. Nah, this is bullshit, Big V. What the fuck are you talking about? You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente. As Signor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. If you come to my warehouse, you will see my 3 bellissimi balloons, all present and correct. I've already verified Mr. Loon's annual business reports, and he's had the same number of balloons for a year now. Well, as thorough as ever, Lord Van Zeeks. Disarmingly so. In that case, is the young boy just imagining things? Yeah. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another 4th balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure.
Hold it!
4 balloons in the air, the culprit wasn't there. He's so mad. He's so mad. So mad. Oh, there's a bunch of subs and bits I missed. Sorry about that. Thank you, French Fries, for the 19 months with the message. Still enjoy the heck out of your streams, Joe. Hope you never lose the spark to want to do it. Reading is hard today, apparently. I've been sleeping like enough hours for the past like week and a half though, just like sleeping terribly. So I guess quality still matters more than quality. Holy shit! Thank you, French Fries. I think there were parts during Grace 21 that I was like way worse than I am today. So maybe it is helping. Sleep is good. Thank you, French Fries. Thank you, Pincerata, for the 500 bits. Missing streams today because I'm sick, but I decided to read a book aloud in Spanish to kill time. Came across the word coraza, which I'd never heard before, and I translated it only to find out it meant cuirass. Coraza, cuirass. Can't escape stream memes even if I try. Thank you for sharing, Pincerata. That's funny. Thank you, Vasil Kachinikovic. Hopefully somewhere close. Thank you, Vasil, or some say Vasil, for the
resub. It doesn't say how many. I'm guessing maybe month 2. Thank you for the 2-month, Vazel. Thank you, Ken's DG for the bits. Hey Joe, excited for more grades 22. My results came out today, and I managed to get my first class on my degree, which was probably the best feeling in my entire life, honestly. Congratulations. Thank you for the content, both new and old, which has helped me get through a rough year at uni with a crying smile. Congratulations. That's a big achievement. Kens, congrats. Hope the success continues. Thinky, how you doing for the 20 months too? I really didn't vibe with Marathon when I tried it during beta, but I recently gave it a try and I'm honestly smitten. I put some hours into all the major extraction shooters, and this one might end up as my favorite. The way engagements play out really remind me of Hunt. Give it a try someday. I think you like it. Really? I think the player base for Marathon is already lower than Hunt Showdown, isn't it? I played some Hunt on the weekend, and I think enough new players were in it that it was diluting the problem that I have with Hunt. There was a bunch of players that were obviously new on new accounts that were like really clueless. They were missing their shots. They didn't know about awareness, that sort of thing, compared to the other new accounts that are just like click on head gods that know where you are at all times, you know, for absolutely no reason. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll give Marathon a chance. Just like, it was so awkward to learn. Thank you, Aaron, for Press for gifting a sub. Also to King Pains, resident fan artist. Thank you very much, Henry. Oh, I'm gifting subs now. Generous. Generous? What can we do? Generous and Henry? There's gotta be one there. Something. Marathon at 8K people on Steam. Hunt is at 23K. Can you trust those numbers? So I'm not sure. Generous. House, you'll see my Balsami balloons all present and correct. I'm full of generosity, Henry. Oh fuck, that's hard for me to say. Henry. Generosity, Henry. That's good. It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. The evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. Photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. What? Good gracious. What? I had not been up in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, and the hot eel cellar, the balloon. Okay, is the cellar selling eels that are hot, or was the seller attractive? And the instantaneous kinesis experiment, did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? And all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying, that I really did see a green balloon. Okay, bros, how did you miss this? It's a whole ass balloon. Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that's the balloon gone. But that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. I mean, it's enough evidence to show that there was another unoccupied balloon just fucking freeballing in the sky. Va, va. That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Va, va. Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence. The photograph of the balloon has been entered into the court record. Photograph taken by... No, you never reward a tantrum. Oh, God. God, no matter what, you never reward a tantrum. You're just teaching them that tantrums work. Never, ever, ever reward a tantrum. Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy like punishing a tantrum, but you never reward a tantrum. A photograph taken by Gotts while he's riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took the shot. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? The date is on the picture, dumbass. Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. How fucking convenient. The fucking almost Christmas bullshit. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give a flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. Sounds like the camera was rigged to some remote explosion thing. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Okay, how is this still going? I kind of feel like we're done. This seems to tell us something, I'm sure. Photograph taken by Gotts whilst he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green exploded moments after he took the shot. Yeah, he's in there. There's that. How could you have stabbed him through that cage? Okay, what the fuck are we looking at? Are we looking at this thing here? What's this? Was someone using explosive crossbow bolts or some shit? Like, what are we doing? Those are hard to find in Hunt Showdown now. They're completely scarce. Or some say scarce. Scars. Is it this one that it doesn't have the stripes? We can still see that there are no stripes on it, right? I'm guessing. I don't know what else to do. We're just gonna go for it.
Objection.
Nope. That last statement would seem to be at odds somehow with the evidence. Is your task counsel to explain this somehow to the court, not the other way around? It just seems to jar, though, don't you think? What I think is that this whole exchange has been extremely jarring. Yes. Perhaps I need to reconsider this. Okay, I don't know what to do. Excuse me. I don't know what to do. It has to be with this new thing that we have, the new evidence, because otherwise we could have gotten through this exchange without finding the new evidence. So it has to be that I present this picture to somebody. Is this one of the times that I have to go and press everyone again for more information or some shit, or what? This looks really good, doesn't it? Look at that. Look at all the detail in this fucking gun thing. Transmitter. I think it's supposed to be like, look, there's something about to destroy this balloon in the photograph, but, like, okay, it's not for this one. The coppers of the yard reckon it was probably some debris flown from the explosion on the stage. Maybe it's that one? You can't get away from having to burn a bit of balloons off the scene, can ya? All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. They fell to the ground in the explosion. What a catastrophe. Okay, it's not that one. As I said, every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. Okay, it's not his balloon though. I don't know what it is. All right, let's just try Lestrade's and see. We can always just load it. I have no idea what it wants from me.
Objection.
Nope. Let's load it, save lives, so we don't have to restart at some point in the future. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Fuck.
Objection.
Nope. Brute force ho!
Objection.
How is it that one? Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon. Oh, it's because no one's in the balloon. Nah, alright, whatever. Felt like it could have been the stripes. Yeah, I think so too. There's multiple answers sometimes that I think should be acceptable, and sometimes there are multiple answers that are acceptable, but this is not one of the times. Okay, fair enough. We got through it. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? What? That shows the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. What if they were just ducking in the basket? Ah, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they're for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Shouldn't you be like, as someone who's flying a hot air balloon, wouldn't you be like acutely aware of like the airspace around you, that you're not getting, like, especially when that's close, that it might be like you might be crashing into another hot air balloon? Wouldn't you know that? Like how is it even floating without anyone in it? I guess it's because it's full of hydrogen, it just floats by itself. Like was someone like remotely pulling it on a rope or some shit? Which tells us the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a 4th balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection.
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the competition trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This 4th balloon exploded at the very same moment that Mr. Assman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in on it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious 4th balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader clearly has nothing to do with this. Really, bro? Its relevance does elude me, I must say. Really? You too? Et tu, Judge A? What the fuck are you talking? The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? We're gonna fucking, like, all the jurors are gonna be like, doesn't matter, other balloon in the sky, who gives a fuck, we're voting guilty? Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There's more.
Objection.
Summation, baby. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait, please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection.
No, it doesn't. Fuck you. I agree. All right. Guilty. We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The balloon's owner, the balloon's the cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault. Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. What? What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. 5 months later, I'm new to the community. Why is it that Joe sometimes bursts into laughter and says, what? In that voice of his, and chat lights up with lulls? I don't get it. Oh, well, you see, I'm also the judge voice. Well, you see, 5 months earlier when we were playing The Greatest Attorney, it was just a really funny line, a moment that Van Zeek's a super hot attorney that we end up with being our boyfriend at the end. He said it 3 times in one stream and it became a meme. Oh, is that it? That's all it takes to be a meme around here. Yeah, we're a fucking pathetic community. We'll latch on to fucking almost anything. It's funny though, isn't it? Kinda is, of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... this thing here.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. What do you mean? Okay, maybe get a. Did you take a second photograph of it so we can cross our eyes over on it and see it in 3D stereoscope? I did actually. I always carry 2 cameras that I put side by side and hit both buttons at the same time. You never asked until now. Here's the other one. If you look with the magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably, some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. He has a gun in the courtroom! Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. Oh, so now you see it! My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection.
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. 18 meters. No flame could have possibly have reached such a height. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence? Man, it's really lucky that we just went to the place at such a time that we picked this shit up off the ground and no one fucking took it while they were there. Holy shit, if such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. I'm on the edge of my seat here. I'm pounding my gavel. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed straightly for the balloon?
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon. Does that really work? I would think that if you dipped any flammable liquid on the tip of an arrow and shot it, that like the force of it whipping through the air as it goes really fast would make it be extinguished. Does the fire still really stay alight? Viking funerals would never have been possible then. Maybe they shot the arrow at not as fast, you know? Because there's like shooting an arrow enough. Well, I guess maybe they could do that when they want the fire to be delivered instead of like embedding and doing damage. I don't know. They turn off but reignite. Oh, does the heat stay? That does make sense, wouldn't it? Like the heat would still be there. It works in Elden Ring. I wouldn't know. I've never used any range options in my life in Elden Ring. Mythbusters in it? Yeah, I should watch the Mythbusters episode and see what they concluded. Fire only needs heat, fuel, and oxygen. Yeah, but when the arrow is moving through, isn't it going to be that it's moving so fast that there wouldn't be air that has time to get to it, right? Like if you have a fire at the end of a stick and you wave the stick as hard as you possibly can, sometimes you can make the fire extinguish because it's like ripping through the air at some point that it gets suffocated. I actually don't know the physics. I'm just guessing, but I know that happens. And then after you did that, it's possible that there's enough heat there that it might reignite if there's fuel. I don't know. Air resistance reheats it. All right, field trip. All right, let's pause the stream. Let's go out. Everyone meet me in Moncton. Someone bring some arrows. I'll bring the liquid to light it on fire, and we're gonna figure it out. Okay, here we go. Let's go. All right, to McDonald's. Ronald McDonald's gonna meet us there for the hypothetical. We're the field trip. We're gonna figure it out. Sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately? Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then the explosion of the balloon, it was. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside. He's so dramatic. Order! Council, this is an extraordinary supposition. Can you prove it? No. Well, we know what? It's fucking lit. We'll just see what happens. It's interesting. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. Okay. No, because then big explosion, like fucking like a fraction of a second later, That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently, and no one could tell. Too bad it got caught on fucking camera. In this age, well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there would be a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection.
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all. Okay, really? Okay, where's this going? Because I thought this was gonna be 3 hours from now. Okay, so what's happening? Huh. Are we gonna have a 2-hour bit where we loop it back around to maybe it was teleportation after all? For our IRL flaming arrows, the tip is like a small cage where you stuff the cloth in some sort of fuel like pitch rather than alcohol. They were not that good though and weren't super reliable. I can accept that it wasn't reliable. Like yeah, they must go out. Although maybe even if the fire does go out, as long as the whole entire area had been burning for a decent amount of time, like I don't know, like maybe a minute or something. Maybe even if it does go out, when the arrow lands, it's still delivered with enough heat that whatever you're trying to ignite via the arrow being hot, it's still going to be hot enough to make that happen. You know what I mean? Like even though the fire has gone out, the arrow tip is still like so fucking hot that like the liquid it falls into is just like, yeah, I'm on fire now too, right? And then it reignites. Maybe something like that. I don't know. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. So fucking hilarious image. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow is fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. At the same time, they fired the teleport gun, which, because they moved everything out of the birdcage, teleported like just air that was underneath it into the space around it, making it look like it had teleported the birdcage, when in actuality it just teleported whatever, just gases were in the vicinity at the time, which dispersed the balloon debris faster, therefore making it so people didn't see a balloon that would obviously be coming crashing down, burning slowly. Actually, I don't know. I don't know how big that explosion would be, to be honest. Why isn't he singed or anything like that? The teleporter doesn't work. It works. I think you all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Yeah, sure, why not? Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Speaking of, someone in one of the jurors is fucking Hairbrain's assistant and just hasn't been asked just yet. Fucking Van Zeeks, have you been here for literally every single other trial that we've done? Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility, in which case this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3? All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Assman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show. As a body double. How did no one notice that Hairbrain was moving a wax double, like, to and fro wherever when he was doing it, including Hairbrain himself? You see, Mr. Naruhodo, my friend Assman told me that he was feeling very tired that morning, and him giving me all the funding for it, I just went along with whatever he said. He told me, just move me around, don't talk to me at all, just treat me like a doll when I do the show. It's up to you. And so I just did it. Yes, of course, so in fact, Mr. Assman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the 4 winds when exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. But what about how much time he spent in that hot air balloon? He would have starved to death with the amount of preparation that went into it. Actually, you can eat corn wherever you want. Huh? Juror number 5? No. Yeah, he could have taken a lot of corn on the cob in with him, and he could have lived there for fucking days on that fucking corn. Oh, okay, all right. The mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. Fuck. So everything that happened could be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. Oh, was it nothing about faking a death? Was it just trying to make it look like it worked? Oh, fuck it up. If we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Assman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. Why wouldn't you put the wax double in the fucking balloon? Why would you go real person in balloon and wax double on stage? Surely you put wax double in balloon and real person safe on stage. What do you mean? Or was there wax double and they switched them and they got over? Whoa, the fucking, why would you do it, Nurk? In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. How could no one in the crowd have heard this? It's impossible. Huh? What? Well, some of us are hard of hearing, you know. Juror number 7? This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is the suspect now. Oh, fucking hell. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Assman. Okay, so now you'll lie to save something that's important to you. Okay. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? Order! The defendant, explain the sudden confession. Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you would have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove... What? Barack. Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. It's my line. So please, ensure the special dispensation for the scientific equipment act is adhered to and protect my creation. What do you think is going to happen after you go to jail? Do you think we're just no one's going to investigate it? Just all that scientist he invented teleportation, he did in 1890 whatever the fuck, but he killed someone in the process, and then he was executed for it, but because we know it works, we're not allowed to look at it. No, we can't do it. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused's confession. Oh, do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, I'm gonna drink all this fucking wine. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I hold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. If only Susie was here, she'd tell us what to do immediately. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Whoa! Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Fuck. No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just... What the fuck are you talking about? What? What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Suzato-san? But what are you? Hiya! My first Suzato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Okay, Iris in a wax model of Susie that she's operating with pulleys and levers, which is working out, which are not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Rest of hairbrain. Yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Assman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Didn't answer the question, but you know what? Let's let it ride. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Barak-san. Lord Van Zeek-san. Ryu-san. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing, something I remember that's of relevance. What? Is she really here? Why is no one fucking acknowledging that there's someone else? This is a fucking judge. Like, welcome to the court. Who the fuck are you? Like, what the fuck are we? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Fucking hell, I said it right. Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me. That's not hard. And thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and wider than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me too. A monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. What? After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right, Mr. Assman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. A Drebber? That's a weird fucking name. Enoch Drebber? What? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. Is he already in the room? He's disguised as a chair. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. Confidence trickster? That's Enoch Drebber for you. That's Fimblewinter for you. Uh-oh. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Bro, you didn't even test it before that? Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character. Hairbrain's dumb. I'm sorry to say, that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. But I believed it too, like a dumbass. I knew that if the machine was examining details, construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. This dude is 33. Shut the fuck up. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Assman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Okay, I gotta say, I don't know about, you know, how much money things cost in this era, but all of this just to get 500 pounds, I feel like, I guess it's per year. Feel like maybe there are easier ways, but okay. Oh no, he is moving. Okay, what the... When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. And then I moved Mr. Assman into the cage with my own two hands, as I was told to do. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. 500 quid is about 50,000 quid now. Isn't even more than that? I just feel like that the amount of money that went into building all this shit. When a hot air balloon ride is £10, seems like there are easier ways, but maybe. Not sure. So how did they get in the balloon then? If that was where the wax, there had to be a wax body double. So if the wax body double is in the balloon, and then he's the real one on the stage, and then after the explosion they dip out, they run out, and they quickly go over to where the other place was and swap them out. And the wax dummy is there just in case anyone looks over and sees where they moved over. This is a crazy ass plan. And then the death happened after that? Wouldn't the wax melt in the explosion? I guess not. It gets tossed out pretty quick. Huh. Joe, that hot air balloon blight is overpriced captive fare customers. Yeah, but like building all this machinery can't be cheap either, right? This doesn't really matter, by the way. Like, it's fine. Like, schemes can be stupid. I'm just engaging with it in a pedantic sort of way. It's fine. Thank you, Mary the Mayo, for the 37 months. With no knowledge or context, can you declare now who will win the World Cup so you can claim you morbed it next month? America, USA. Is USA even in it? I'm going USA for no reason. Thank you, Edicus, for gifting us up to Malicent for the Sorry, thank you, Edicus, for giving us something, Nelson. Welcome, Nelson. Thank you very much. Thank you to Skunky Emerson for 17 months too. Howdy, Joe. Thanks for all the great streams. I'm so excited for Telltale Mess that you have no idea. I'm already mentally preparing to, the cool facts and stuff. Yeah, I don't know which ones we're doing, but we're going to do a bunch of them for sure. Probably like 2 or 3, at least. Hopefully we can do a couple more. They're pretty short, aren't they? Thank you, Falco5 for 17 months also. The end of Season 7. Oh, I see. Okay, because 7 years, yeah. Each year season. How many stream seasons are we on to now? Not one for every single year. All the stream areas, how could we divide them? Thank you, Falco5. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please, go ahead. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Okay, so now we can go investigate the machine and everything. Okay, Lord Van Zeeks, my lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Whose involvement in this matter is critical. Here we go. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, Counsel of Defense. I only have Dom peanuts. Is that okay? Yes, my lord. Pepsi's fine. Well, when we reconvene, I should be looking for one thing, and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. How can we possibly still think that it was him at this point? I understand. Good, in that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. 23rd October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. How have you not hugged Susie yet? This is a great stopping point I mentioned. If you don't stop now, you could find what I consider a decent one again in about an hour and a half from now. However, you could also stop anytime you want now, based purely on vibes, and you wouldn't find a bad point to stop. Okay. I'd like to continue to see the conversation between Ryu and Susie for sure. And we've been live for 3 hours and 22 minutes. Let's go another hour at least. We'll go about another hour. We'll probably end in the middle of the investigation day. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing. Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of my hopes and dreams. Hopes and dreams? I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before trial resumes tomorrow. Good stopping 24 hours. It's one of my kids' birthdays today, so I can't go late today. I feel I have like a lot of reading energy today, so today is a day I could probably go late, but like I have to stop in about 2 hours or so. Like that's the absolute most I can go is 2 hours. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. We'll probably end before then though. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? It's not Iris in a wax suit? Really? I hid it from you, Runo, so it'd be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised, all right, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, oh dear. She's been back 5 seconds, we already got an oh dear. I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that It sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future, like a hug. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see? Yeah, the train would be late, yeah. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Oh, did you get hit in the face from the bottle that Van Zieks threw? Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Susanna-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Okay, Susie, you're back in the story. You're back in London. Explain how you knew what was in the fucking book right now. I don't care what you've been doing. I don't care if your dad's alive or dead. Don't give a shit. How did you know about the book? Let's go. 23rd October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. I'm sorry, Ryu, I can't tell you, not yet. Okay, slay. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. 6 months is quite a long time, actually. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? You didn't talk about this on the ride over? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, what letter? Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic, that's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. And Joe has to do this attempt at a girl's voice again. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you know who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Can we do the spade bit again? Thinking back, that spade's been here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo, it's not a spade. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is what it's all about. It's what it's all about. Thank you, Last Thesis, for the 59 months. 1 minute ago. What a great streamer. Thank you very much, Last Thesis. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes. For the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing. I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsumi's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It's a dog. It actually is a dog collar. What? It seems Mr. Natsumi included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Will Joe see the prawn's flavor text? This is the most important question I've had for this whole stream. 4 out of 5 backseat. 4 out of 5. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. Ooh, and I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. All right, so you can tell us how you knew about the book then, right? Let's go. Oh, Susie. That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Okay, all right. And then she proceeds to keep her fucking secrets. We're the prawns over here, right? I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. All right. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Oh, is your... Oh. Okay, the dad has to be fucking Van Zeek's friend that betrayed him or some shit like that. It's gotta be. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is a leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. It's me, the judge. I'm in Japan now. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. The drip, holy shit. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. There's no way the two of you wouldn't have traveled together. Are you fucking serious? So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's hard to say no to your daughter when she really wants something. Okay, all right. It's my daughter's birthday today. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. Oh, he's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Okay, are we gonna have to like prove that the system works by catching the Reaper of the Bailey, which happens to be like him, that he set some shit up? I knew you could do it, and this proves that the system works. That's why I killed all these people, so you would have a great chance to use it. Yes, very good. What the does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about all this all about this very subject only yesterday. Holy shit. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. Oh, it's plot relevant! Fucking Ryu, what the fuck? How trying for you? She's judging. Giselle Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh, remember when we said we weren't going to keep secrets anymore? We're going to tell Iris about that then, or no? Okay, so you and me are collectively keeping a secret from Iris, and you and Iris are clearly collectively keeping a secret from me. So are we going to do trades? What's the secret that Iris and I are keeping from you? Yes, Giselle Brett, that's the name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. I was just about to joke that she wasn't real. So she was a ghost the whole time? What the fuck? Didn't exist, but how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Wait, was she Japanese and just wearing a mask just to fuck with everyone? A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Asian? Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know, but the only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. Okay, Greatest Attorney Chronicles, what the fuck are you doing? I'm afraid so. Asian. Who on earth was she? Why do I feel so I've heard that name before somewhere? The last trial of this case is gonna be so fucking funny. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on, in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. Me, Nemo. But they don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? Fucking nothing. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladed at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. But that never happened. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. What the fuck is going on? I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on SS Buria were definitely strange. Were they? Can you just show up downstairs right now? Like, I am also here to try and solve this mystery. We're all trying to find out where he went. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? You didn't? Did he just fucking hide on the ship? What the could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. Every single time he goes out to get food, he fucking Kazuma jumps up and does a ninja trick where he puts both of his feet on in the corner of the wall to hang above the door as Susie and fucking Ryu walk by, and they stop to have their fucking conversation as he's like holding the squad up there, really like, what do you want for lunch today, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I was thinking that maybe we could go get some lobster or something like that. Oh dear, I feel like they're out of lobster. What should we have? Let's sit here and talk about it for another 10 minutes. Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Wait, were they near China when that murder happened? Maybe he was only on the ship for a little bit. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Shones was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. You mean the guy that always gets his dance of deductions wrong, examined the body, and we're taking his word for it? So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Shomes had lied to us. Or Kazuma whispered to him while he was leaving, like, just tell them I'm dead, please. And Holmes was like, yeah, fuck, okay. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere, it wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Suzato-san. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Suzato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Okay, first time we see Shomes though, we're gonna talk to him, right? We're gonna ask him? It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Shomes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so there are 2 stories that Holmes said you can't publish. There are 2. There's this one, and then there's the one about the second one with Natsumi. Okay, 2. All right. If nobody knows anything about it, nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I, and also Susie for some reason. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting! The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Okay, so I have a feeling the answer to this is going to be incredibly disappointing. So here we go. I just knew Lamayo, and you wouldn't tell me. How'd you come to know it? Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? And that day hasn't come yet. I think it's time. But after the trial, oh. I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. The Hound of the Baskervilles. It was completely by accident I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. I was following Holmes's mantra of always be pawning, so I took one of my old copies to the pawn shop, and as I was led into the vault to put it, I just noticed that he had another one of your books. I recognized the writing on the spine, so then I just looked at it, and then I just knew, and I just... It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, Father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Okay, I don't have to kill you, that's fine. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Okay, Susie's dad is sus as fuck. Sussy Mikitoba. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? How did you know it was Iris's Okay, did it say that her name was on it? I have no idea, but when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Soames' exploits. Nah, this ain't passing. I'm sorry. This isn't passing the smell test. Either she's lying or this is a little meh. I don't know. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, and he told me to fuck off, and he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. Why couldn't you have said this before? I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Man, this is how every episode of Lost felt after season 4. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris had told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato? I expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then, we need to go and arrest him. Hi-ya! Well, yes, he must know the truth behind this case, so I agree, we really do need to find the man. It sounds like a case of tracking someone down. Which is the job for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Huh. Sus. 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 Do you know? I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly, not so soon. It's funny, for the past 6 months I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan. Fuck, that's hard for me to say. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance. So, what your father said in his letter about a Ryotaro takedown is reserved? Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again, in any way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo. Doot, 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 doot. Dude, a new location has been added. I want to go see Van Zeeks. What? I don't believe you have any business that would require a visit here just in the moment. But you sense the familiarness from the guy, and now you know Kazuma might have put it fucking together. No, what the fuck? All right, let's go see Best Girl. Well, second Best Girl. 23rd October. Madame Soupel's. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I could go for some sweets. I get to eat some cake later, so that's good. Thank you, Mr. L1144. for the 6 months. Hi Joe, thanks for introducing me to Umineko. My sister and I have played all of the Ace Attorney games together, and after a few other games we started reading Umineko. We just started episode 4 and she's really enjoying it so far. Hope you're well. And after episode 4 it goes all the way downhill. Don't listen to the weebs. Questions arc is way better than answers arc. Just brace yourself for it to get really, really bad. I wish I hadn't even read it after that. Yep. Should have stopped at episode 4. Yep. Hope you continue to enjoy it, Mr. L. Thank you, T-Bird20 for the 9 months with a Joms. Thank you very much. So true, bestie. Thanks. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. Fight Club was way better. You know what? Umineko does have way more in common with Fight Club than Pathologic 2 does. Like, legit, for real. If you know. If you know, you know. There's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anyway. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. This is fucking... I'm in the fucking sewers in the future in Chrono Trigger music. Holy shit. Oh, he is really gone. Damn. 23rd October. I don't need this every time. The Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. What? Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, it's Gregson. Greggy Poo! Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. Gregson likes the ladies. Interesting. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Oi! Get over here, Gina. She's busy playing with the puppy, probably giving it traditional East End training. Okay, whatever business we have here is less important than her spending time with this dog, so we'll just come back later. Gina, she's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? If it was a cat, we could interrupt, but because it's a dog, we have to wait. She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? Okay, that was like a death flag and a half. I'm being transferred. It's time to say toodle-oo to London. Oh, you're dead. Oh, holy shit. They're gonna kill Greg? What the fuck? Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along. Oh, don't worry about that, Sunshine. I'm only being transferred for the last 3 months of me before I go into retirement. And then after that, you know, I got my missus that, you know, we never quite got it together to get married, but you know, we're gonna make the ceremony and have it after the 3 months are over. Gonna get a lot of money for the retirement, actually. Gonna also give up the fish and chips. Haha, not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. Oh. Okay, maybe you're gonna live then. That's as good as dead, though, to France. I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. You should be right up my alley. But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now, don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Is it? I mean, it would have happened already. Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing. You hear me? No, of course not. I've got to keep that dive-in diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least. Is there any kind of murder mystery investigation sort of courtroom thing that's based in a futuristic setting? Like in a cyberpunk world, or like 500 years in the future, or something like that? Of the Devil? Is that like Danganronpa? Or is it like Ace Attorney? No, it's like this. Is it really? Oh, is that done yet? Or are we still waiting for it to be done before we get to it? I thought that was like half locked in. It's not done yet? Okay. Maybe we'll do it after it's done. Or maybe we'll forget Asaurus. Thank you very much for the 13 months. What were we talking about? Thank you very much. I've got to keep this Dive and Diva safe and sound until it's all over, at least. Oi. You just call me a bloomin' Dive and Diva again. So you heard that, did you? What else did you hear? Right. Well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective Diva here. All right, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, ever been to Paris? You've got a new dog, have you? Oh, I like the kerchief. What's a kerchief and why did they feed it to her? Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Does Toby have evidence for the trial? Put him on the stand. Put him on the stand. Oh, how delightful! He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's not so lovely, Inspector Gregson. But it's a not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Why? Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be capable of sea for miles and miles. 18 meters up, by the way. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it'd be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. Oh dear. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. The kerchief fed joke is amazing. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Joke. Yes. Yes, the joke. It was a joke. The Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. I really like Susie. Susie's nice. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Can we go up there and investigate or no? Yes, unfortunately the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. Like, we have to go see where the body was found, surely. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. Yeah, okay. And if you were there before boats were invented, you would say the same thing about boats. And if you say the same thing about planes right now, and planes are invented in hot air balloons. If before cars, you say the same thing about cars. The horses, same thing about horses. If you were around before shoes got invented, you'd be like, nah, we're not meant to play with fire. We can't play God. If we were meant to have shoes on our feet, we would have been born with it. Like, just shut the fuck up. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. But I gotta say, I do agree with him. Teleportation seems natural and we shouldn't do it. We're meddling with things we don't understand. We should definitely back the fuck off. Yeah, he's right. Just so happens that this time he's right. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next birdcage will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Yeah, we can tell. Is that more of the balloon? Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and here's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. That's it? All clear evidence of the balloon exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha 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 ha. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Nah, that's fine. I want to go see the body. Stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe, or 9 meters if you prefer. She can just do that. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. Oi, that's off limits up there. Try to sneak past me again, and I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips. Yes, please. I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Ah, yes. Toby. Woof. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Seuss. Seuss? Oh. It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. It doesn't count anymore. Is that what you're thinking of? It's been revoked for this one. That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What they called again? The forensic something. The forensic investigation team. Is that what you were thinking of? The most scientific people on the police force are the only ones that are allowed to go near the science machine that no one can investigate because they'll steal the secrets of the science machine? Yeah, sure, whatever. That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. Oh, what was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. I think we can, actually. I think we can just do it. You can leave. Just hit the bricks. You can go. If it sucks, just walk out. It was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about if I'm about to be found out. Also, I nicked a bunch of money from the rich kid next to me. Got so many coins I did while he was buying them fucking balloons. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. Dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. Uh-oh. It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cub, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. There must be some sort of pun or an anagram or something in that name. Enoch Drebber? What the fuck? That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. Ryu's so mean. I don't... Is he mean or is he just severely underappreciated? I feel like everyone in his life never gives him enough, like, accolades for what he does. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper what's always lugging down glasses of that blood red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always at it in it for me, that cov. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than the detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, I'm choosing the chalice-glugging demigod every single fucking time. You're equally bad off with both. Interesting. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Toby the dog. Alright, most important conversation of the day. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flamin' rude, Odo. Slight overreaction, don't you think? You ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... How did they put it? Mutts make the best dogs, though. Absolutely 100%. Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry. I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. Me too. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself. Yeah, I do too, actually, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. For fuck's sake, what are we doing? That's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby here's got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? Alright, we have to find something that Drebber had, and the dog will lead us to him then. You mean, he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point. By rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days there'll be barking orders at a slot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. What's the oh dear counter at? 4? I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. Really? I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals, but not to lawyers. That's based, actually. That's based. I keep forgetting that Ryu is a lawyer. Yeah, we hate lawyers. Okay. I guess we're leaving? Oh, wow. What's he doing? He's... Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh. Do you know that Sir Thomas More is his patron saint of lawyers? Is he really? What did he do again? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? She was in court yesterday, you didn't see? Or earlier today? Earlier today. My name is Susato Mikitoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear. I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in the court this morning. Oh no. No. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain? What the fuck are you talking about? Ooh, the zoom in. What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something that surpassed super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, it's all the math you have to do when you're trying to calculate tax on things that you're buying when you're so used to just being included in Britain when you go over to the States and Canada. It's fucked up. I don't understand. Why? Just have it included in the fucking no, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. What? What are we doing? I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see? So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Assman and the aloof engineer, Drebber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Assman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. He's really dumb. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Okay, like in some circumstances, yes, in others, ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still is with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. If you cause harm, the intention or lack thereof doesn't matter, IMO? Are you sure you believe that? What's an example? How can we talk about this? Is it worth it to talk about this? If you're in a baseball field and you're practicing your swing with someone throwing a ball at you, and you hit the ball as hard as you can, and it flies across the field, and it just so happens that at that time someone was walking in that field, even though you reserved the field, blah 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 blah, and it hits them in the face, and it hurts them. Like, you did absolutely nothing wrong. Like, what are you talking about? It's the person that was like in the baseball field that's reserved for practice area that's at fault, right? Or if you're at a driver range with golf balls or whatever, or you're at a shooting range and you're doing target practice, and someone like walks into the line of fire that they shouldn't be there, like jumps all the fences, and you have no idea where they're there, and you hit them, like, you did nothing wrong. Someone want to comment on the previous VOD, but didn't, is I love how Barack isn't written as usual. Oh, you really thought we were friends, you imbecile? Because that'd be such an easy thing for the writers to do with the brooding serious characters. But no, I love that Barack generally acknowledges that others. Yeah, I like it too. Yeah, it's refreshing. I wonder where they're going with Barack, to be honest. Will you be happy if I said not in all cases, Lamel? Was everyone jumping down my throat? I think it's because the way you said it was pretty extreme. I think you said it sounded like it was in all cases to you, like it doesn't matter. Breaking the law without knowing is just as legal as breaking it knowingly. I don't think that's true either. I think there are different terms of breaking the law, right? In some cases, it might not even come down as a crime if you can prove that there was an intent or it was a complete accident. No, I think it's because you read aloud. If you don't want the streamer to read your chat messages aloud, you probably shouldn't chat, chatters. Sorry, not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers either. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. If any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barack, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. In that case, you would have to be declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barack insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. You misunderstand. If the intent of action A is there and you claim you didn't know the law says action A is illegal, that's a useless defense? I don't think it's that I misunderstand. I think there's different versions of what we're talking about right now. Like, obviously, if you think that, if you don't know that, like, driving through a red light is legal, that doesn't mean you're just allowed to do it and you can't get convicted. There's a whole Homer Simpson bit about that, right? Obviously. But if you don't know to the extent that, like, if I fire this gun right now at the shooting range, that I didn't know that there was someone fucking hiding behind the target because they're there illegally and I'm going to do damage to them, like, that's a different scenario. That's a different way of breaking the law without intent that you didn't know you're doing something wrong, right? And I think most courts would say that you didn't even do anything wrong in that situation. It's the person that was hiding that was there that was the problem, or maybe it was the facility was at fault because they didn't have enough like guards in place, or not exactly like guard people, but like guardrails or precautions in place, that sort of thing. Yeah, specifically not knowing what the law is, that's a valid defense. Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about intent. Intent is a whole other thing. Like, Hairbrain's phrase was specifically that it doesn't matter what your intent is, as long as you cause harm, they're the same thing. And then some people in chat were like, based, I agree with that. And then we're in the conversation because that is just obviously not true. Like, not knowing the laws is a different thing entirely. But that's extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Near Automata fans are still around, I guess. No, near replicant fans are still around. Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? God, near replicant fans are so fucking stupid. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I had written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. Oh, harebrain. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set of decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. Do you think replicant fans should be forgiven if they don't, because they don't know they're wrong? Yes. Yes. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. How many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on? To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Assman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler? If you store paint thinner in a water bottle and a thief drinks it and dies, who's at fault? It depends on how it's set up, isn't it? Isn't this the reason why you're not allowed to set up traps? Because like someone, like just because in this scenario, like maybe ethically it might be okay because someone's stealing, but it's probably not worth it to kill someone because they're stealing from you. But like someone else might end up getting hurt from it, right? So I don't know, it depends. That'd be interesting actually. If you're just holding, if you're just storing some paint thinner in a bottle because that's the only vessel that you had, and you didn't clearly mark it, and then someone breaks into your house and they have a drink while they're there. That's kind of a weird thing to do. That's almost an impossible scenario to happen, but like, I don't know. You'd smell it, you'd taste it, I don't fucking know. Anyway, let's move on. But that's an interesting scenario. It was about a year ago when Mr. Assman first brought Derber to meet in my laboratory. Since then, I met with him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. If you are a horrific hoarder and you stuff your cupboard or closet in the garage full of all your big, huge, dangerous, heavy tools, and all of your dumbbells and barbells and everything, to the point that you barely have the doors closed, and then you put a padlock on it and it's bulging out, and then a thief comes in, thinks that it's full of treasure, and breaks open it, and then it swings open and it falls on them and kills them. Does that count as a trap, or is it just that you were messy? What would happen there? Huh. Also a cartoon bowling ball was on top of the cupboard as well, and it fell off. Like, does that count? Does intent matter? Bar exam question alert? Yeah, it's fucking interesting, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know. He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. There's an anvil on the door. Like, what if that's not a trap? Maybe that's just how you like to keep your anvils. I just like to keep all my anvils on top of halfway open doors, lodged against the wall. That's just where I keep my anvils. Like, I'm sorry. Like what else? Where am I supposed to keep them? Wow, I thought I had the freedom to store my anvils wherever I wanted to. I see. Mens rea. Don't bring up mens rea. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. And are there no more clues that you can give us to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop. What workshop? What? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Oh. Where is it? Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. Toby the dog. Oh, okay. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It's under the Wax Museum. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct a kinesis machine, you see? Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. It burned down. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. Did they blindfold you before they took you there? What do you mean? I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there, and you didn't think at any point that this was sus? No? You're fine? He blindfolded you. He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. I love the quest in Witcher 2 in Flotsam, where the guy is like, I'm gonna have to blindfold you to take you to my secret lair. And Geralt can just be like, no. Just stonewall it, just like, no, we're not doing that. And he's like, what? Did I talk about it in the video? I can't remember. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Miss Susato? You'd do machine for your next birthday. I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. Really? Never? Huh. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example? The man was clearly very cautious, Miss Susato. I'm sure he would never have... Haha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look, they even let me keep it in fucking prison. Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Susie Takedown. E. Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Okay, so the smell is going to be, that we just described, is going to be we give to the dog, and the dog is going to lead us there. Okay, alright. Still, this could be useful. Mr. Enoch Drebber's business card, though only knows the man's name, there is no address. This dark smudge here, I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. The details of Drebber's card have been updated in the court record. Did you know there were 2 DLC cases for this game that make the other? Yeah, I've been told. I don't know if we're going to be able to do them, or if we're going to just watch them, or if there's like a way to acquire them. I don't know. Okay, let's do Lord Chief Justice Office. Then we'll see if we can find Sholmes, and if we can't, then we'll end before, because I have a feeling going to following the dog chase or whatever might lead to a longer section, and I think it's better to err on the side of like ending early today. We're almost at 5 hours anyway, so it's not that much shorter of a stream. 23rd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. This sound effect is familiar. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. Don't know why we're doing this voice. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, have we? You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. Whoa, that is unbelievably unrealistic. They would totally make Rio take the fall for this. What the fuck? The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. That person is incredibly white. Holy shit, yes, thank you. Cool outfit, though. Doctor? Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe. Scythe, probably? Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh! Okay. Court scythe? Like a scythe that's gonna cut the court down? Huh. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Assman. Turns out he wasn't an Assman at all. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate his findings. Updated autopsy report? I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Do we get it and Van Zieks won't have it? Oh, I would love it if they had like an updated autopsy report that we can pull on Van Zieks. That would be fucking amazing. All right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Oh no, he is. Dude, those gloves look like they're awful to wear. So frilly. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. Ooh, what do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Holy shit. Okay. Seems like a good dude, actually. You know what? Maybe he's not the main villain behind everything that's going on. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. This world is imperfect. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. I wonder if this connection is the only reason why he went along with our proposal to still be a lawyer here. It's because of Susie was here, not because of us. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Is it just being punctual? No, it's more than that. It's rules and formalities and stuff like that. I think I've seen punctilious before, but not nuss at the end of it.
Punctilious.
Punctilious, yeah. Punctiliousness, yeah. You try. Well, I intentionally fucked up the first pronunciation that time. Normally I don't, but that time it was for the bit, you know, just like rendezvous. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken? Dr. Side, it's probably Signers, but Dr. Sinners, Dr. Side was also there as it happens. Then Dr. Side knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikoto was here studying a subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years, that's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I mean, we're close to a year already. I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. That's fucked up, bro. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Oh dear. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. It was not but 30 minutes ago that she said no more secrets. But you know what? This is not really a secret. This is personal. We don't need to know that. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor, when obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word! So, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother? There are ghosts in this world, so yeah. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Alright, so the brother's not dead? No one's dead. No, fucking Brett's still alive, apparently. No one actually dies in this world. When's McGilded coming back for fucking round 3? Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Side's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation, but I suppose, until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. Yay! And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. My curfew approaches. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. Shut up, Susie. Drink your orange juice. I have important matters to attend in preparation for the symposium, you understand? Okay, let's see if Shomes is there, and then we'll go see the new character, and then we'll call it. Nope, no Shomes. Okay. He's not Shome. Oh, gorgeous. Wow. 23rd of October, Forensics Laboratory. I believe this is it, Dr. Sai's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here, But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. They just let us in? We could have just a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. What if one of them's paint thinner, we drink it? Oh yes, they actually say salt and pepper on them. Doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. That's fucking dangerous as hell. I don't even eat in front of the computer. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have cast iron constitution, like a 20, or a really terrible sense of smell. Terrible sense of smell? I, no joke, have a very sensitive nose, I think. I wish I had less of a sense of smell. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umiboshi plums that we make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Eee. Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh. So, as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or imboshi, aren't they? Of course, dear. I lost my sense of smell? Really? Because like COVID or something, or what? Things taste like a lot less potent when you lose your sense of smell, right? I'm sorry you lost your sense of smell. I suppose this is Dr. Sai's desk. Ugh. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Getting some big yeek vibes from the top of the skeleton case here. Well, look at this, what a magnificent display case. And cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? What skeleton? Miss Susato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Do you know that most dinosaur bones in museums aren't dinosaur bones? They're like replicas set up. It's fucking bullshit. What a scam. I wanted to go see real dinosaur bones, and instead it's just like some dinosaur bones and the rest are just fucking casts that are set up to make it look like they have a whole skeleton. Fucking bullshit. Nothing particular. No. What do you mean? It was blue. Fucking reading Wikipedia, like that looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. How do you feel about the bird feather dinosaur meta? I like it. I think that dinosaurs having feathers is interesting. It wasn't like that when I was a kid. It's a new development, yeah. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. I wonder when they remake Jurassic Park in like 50 years or whatever, if they're gonna have feathers now. That'd be fun. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. But you don't believe all birds are dinosaurs? In fact, the only living dinosaurs? No, dinosaurs are all gone. Like that's like saying that we're monkeys. No. No, we're different now. This is a whole different thing. No. 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 I'm fine with saying birds are descendant from dinosaurs. That's fine, but they're not the same thing. Crocodile. I don't know enough about crocodiles to talk about this. As opposed to everything else, where I'll run my mouth. For whatever reason, I won't run my mouth about crocodiles. Too much respect. We are apes, though. No, we're not. No, we're not. We come from a common ancestor. We're not. We're not. You're missing... Am I really missing a spot? Shit, where is it? You just derailed us for I don't know how long, chatter. Oh, you're right. It is the book. I thought the book was the same thing. Shit. Oh, was sharks the same sharks as millions of years ago, eh? Haven't sharks, like... Aren't they, like, notorious for having not changed in that time? Like, yeah, kinda. Obviously, they're different, but... Nature just, like, evolved sharks and was like, fuck it, that's probably as good as they're gonna get. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh. What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Why are we snooping? Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Okay, so they're playing Pathologic too? Okay, 500. They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. Okay. Well, it is London, and what is a scalpel except, like, the ultimate knife? So I think maybe that's what 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing? Uh-oh. What is going on with the hair on the back here? What's going on? Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so we started snooping. Bunch of snakes? So you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the east, is it? Well, what do you want? Yusuke, apparently. Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Assman's body, I mean. Is Scythe hot? I'm not feeling it, actually. I don't know why. Maybe I'll change my mind. We'll see. So we came to ask you about your findings. Oh, Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. Very well. In the Lord Chief Justice, if the Lord Chief Justice is given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. Yeah, she's pretty hot. I think maybe I don't like the outfit all that much in terms of attractiveness. I feel like the outfit is stylish, like it's a cool outfit, but I don't think it's a hot outfit. Does that make sense? Maybe it's like the lab coat thing over like whatever the fuck this suit is underneath. I don't know. Is she in your age bracket? I don't know, let's see. Exactly on. Damn, 39. Scotland Yard coroner, leader of the forensic investigation team, and one of Lord Strongheart's most trusted allies. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. So, you want to know what the forensics investigation team determined for its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Assman, who appeared from the experimentation stage and amid an explosion, and the Mr. Assman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion, but that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. Okay, how do you know? The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Oh, okay. So there could be like a huge amount of passing of time then. Okay, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Hold the phone. Is she taller than you know? Taller than you, though? I don't know. Does it say how tall they are? No? She does seem pretty tall. Mama, what's this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? I'm your mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh, I also talk like you. Hello. Hello to meet you. Pleased to meet you. What? Are you from Brazil? Pleased to meet you. I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naruho. Mama? Yes? Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Huh, nothing sus going on here. It's fine. Humph. Boring. This is a Danganronpa character. I think. I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Uh-oh, gonna cut into you. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for what. Yeah, there we go. Where'd she go? So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Being interrupted by you. Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. Yeah, okay, so you're stupid. Okay, that's fine. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato. I think perhaps it's time we left. Okay, so there's no Sherlock. Okay, is this a decent place to stop, Errol, or like, is there going to be a much better place if we go 10 more minutes? Because right now I would like to stop here. I have a feeling we're about to go over to the exhibition, and we're going to go up and see it, and then we're going to give the thing to the dog, and then we're going to find him, and that's going to be the end of the thing. I'm not sure. You can go back and finish up the stage. We're just trying to stop here. Let's stop here then, just in case something makes me really, really interested in the stage scene, and then I feel like I've blue-balled myself. You know what I mean? Before I go, thank you to Wing Edge for the 49 months with a Joms. With a Joms, thank you very much, and thank you to Green Chris. I think KC. Green K Chris, maybe that for the new sub. Thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying Great Ace Attorney 2, Green Chris. Is there anyone from the community live that we can raid? And like if not, then we'll just go. And that's it for me. Thank you very much for watching. I will see you tomorrow for more of this. We can possibly go a little later tomorrow. I don't think there's any chance in hell that we're finishing the Great Ace Attorney 2 this week, but I would like to finish it next week, which means we might have to make sure that we are that we're not going too short, but. Hopefully I have some more reading stamina. I don't know what we're streaming on Saturday. So Saturday might be just like, I'm just going to play Hunt Showdown or another round of Slay the Spire 2. We haven't played Slay the Spire 2 in ages, or I don't know what the fuck we're doing. It might be Marble Nest. I don't know. Pathologic 2 Marble Nest. I don't know, but we'll see how it goes. But then I do know, as of now, that like my understanding is that Walrus and I are starting Road to Empress 2 on Saturday. So if I don't stream, then that'll still be happening. But ideally, I'd like to stream a little bit before that and then raid into Walrus when we start Road Tempest 2. So that's what we're doing. Small Ant is live. All right, Small Ant. Is it just Small Ant? That's it? Small Ant? That's Small Ant? I like Small Ant. I haven't watched his content in a while. I liked a bunch of his Pokemon videos. They were fun. Maybe you could slot on Final Fantasy 7 for Saturday slot? Yeah. Meh. Meh. Maybe. Spence part of the community? No, I asked if anyone was a part of the community and they said no, but Small Ant was live. So sometimes we raid outside the community. But if there's anyone live in the community, we usually raid them as you know, if we know them. I don't think Small Ant knows who I am. I don't think Small Ant's ever watched the videos or streams or whatever. But I like Small Ant, so we'll raid. Anyway, raid's going through. See you all tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I saved it, right? Tomorrow will be an all-timer stream, genuinely. Really interesting. Okay, all right. I feel like the plot is percolating here with the ongoing thing with this case. So let's see. Joe, I heard your voice faintly as soon as I got home, even though no one was home because I left the Twitch open. Let me know. That's fucking terrifying. Sorry that happened. I should just start saying spooky things randomly on stream to see if I can scare anyone. Ooh. Welcome home. Ooh. Anyway, see you later. And see you later, anyone who's on the VOD or stuck around and didn't go to the raid. See you later.